urgent news, breaking news. It's why I'm a couple of minutes late. I am just keeping an eye on it. It's just about changes. I can see that you lot are discussing it in the chat anyway, but there are apparently some changes that have been made. I've got a report here by Wrestle Talk. Wrestle Talk saying that WRKD Wrestling has noted that 2 matches planned for the show look to have been scrapped. So Miz Riddle has been pulled, implying that it's been removed. It says that Solo Sammy, Bianca Belair, Io, we might be getting this. So hang on. As for Io, she isn't facing Bianca, but now is facing Mia Yim instead. So we've got some. Oh God, it's kind of an evolving situation. So 2 changes have been made throughout the day. Tonight's main event will now be Owens Solo. Sky versus Bianca is not happening. Instead, Sky is facing Mia Yim. So, right, well, there we go. Look, I mean, nothing massive, but still worth knowing, isn't it, that things are changing. It's never a good sign to hear that there's last-minute changes. Sean Rossap said, we're told Vince McMahon isn't at Raw today, but there's a lot of travel issues. Okay. That's caused a lot of changes to the show. We'll have the rundown as soon as we can. So this is coming through in the past couple of minutes. I mean, as I said, literally as we were going live, this information was breaking through. So looks like we've lost Riddle and Miz. And looks like there's changes to the EO Sky match. And it looks like it's down to Travel Chaos. So, well, there we go. It's not often we tend to start with some breaking news, some emerging news. That's kind of fun to get our teeth into. We'll keep an eye on it, see what else is going to drop. Hello to everyone that's joining us. JM Beer 434, shout out to you. Alfie as well. Appreciate the support, buds. I hope you are well. Right, what I want to do is go down and see what people are talking about. Off Tom said, Days, if the Bloodline is still around when The Rock's daughter comes up to the main roster, do you think she would join the Bloodline? I think there is a chance that they could do that, yes. They haven't really been acknowledging her as The Rock's daughter in NXT. She goes by the name of Ava. She was Ava Rain. She's been in Schism. She talks about trying to find a family and all this kind of stuff, but it's not like she brings up The Rock or The Rock is mentioned or anything along those lines. It's obviously such a big deal, though, that you can absolutely lean into it, and she could join the Bloodline. I think, though, to be perfectly truthful, I just don't see the Bloodline being around when she comes up because she's had 1 match, and that was a tag match. To my knowledge, she wasn't trained when she came into NXT, so, you know, she is someone that is going to need a lot of work. If you think about, like, how long Indy Hartwell's been, and she's not even been in there all that long, but she's been down there a good few years. Cameron Grimes was down there a good few years. I have no idea how long Johnny Gargano was in NXT. I mean, we could be looking at like 5 years or so. Same with Tommaso. So for her, I think easily she's still there in 2024. And I think it could be even beyond that as well. So she's very much starting her journey. And I don't think she's really found herself yet. I think that the Schism thing is fine. It's just a way of getting her on TV to do some promos. The other thing as well is, you know, just walking out in front of like people and being on TV and knowing where the cameras are and thinking about your facial expressions and like reacting to different things. I mean, all of that, being nice and clear with your promos, facing the hard cam, hitting certain times, because obviously everything is timed to within like a minute of like every segment. So hitting your times and your cues, all of that stuff you can be learning before you've even had a match. So it is worth putting her out there, of course, getting her comfortable with those things, and then, just building up to her matches. She hasn't had a solo match yet. As we said, I think she'll definitely be there 2024, maybe 2025, maybe even beyond that. She could be there in 2026. So is the Bloodline going to be around then? I would say probably not, because by that point, I'm certain that Roman will have gone. He'll just be a part-timer that kind of just comes back and does the odd match. So, Days, good evening. How would you feel if Roman and Solo versus the Usos, with winner being Sammy and KO? I feel like that would be a good way to split the Bloodline. I wouldn't really do that, to be honest, just because I sort of feel like the tag belts are below Roman. Roman is the king of the mountain man, top of the tree. He doesn't need tag titles. He doesn't need mid-card belts. He's got the gold that everyone wants, the top 2 titles. So for him to join up with Solo and go in a match against the Usos so that he can go after, that's him doing chasing. He's chasing the champions in that scenario. The way that it works with Roman at the moment is that everyone chases him. Everyone wants him. He's the king of the mountain. So I sort of think I wouldn't go that way personally, because the idea of Roman entering a bit of a tournament or entering a number 1 contenders thing to try and win an opportunity to face the tag champ, it's Roman Reigns. If Roman Reigns wants a tag title match, he gets a tag title match. He just finds a partner, goes to Adam Pearce, and a tag title match is made. So that's not the direction that I would go personally. But I think there's lots of ways that you can split the Bloodline. And I think there's, quite a few different directions we could go. It's going to be interesting to see which one they do choose. It will be interesting. Portington said, what do you think of Logan signing a new contract? Portington, shout out to you, buds. Jojo, shout out to you as well. Yeah, that's one of the big bits of news that we've had today. Probably the biggest bit of news is that Logan Paul has re-signed. I'm not a fan of celebrities in wrestling, but the reason why I'm not a fan of celebrities in wrestling is because these people come in and they get a little bit of training, very limited training, just enough to do a match, and they look good. To me, this is, I don't care if they're a good singer, I don't care if they are a good dancer, I don't care if they're fun on a reality show. In the world of wrestling, they are the same as someone walking in off the street, right? We keep saying this. It is the same as just plucking someone off the street, putting them in there. And so for them to look good against highly trained wrestlers who we are meant to idolize, back in the good old days, these were gods. These were, you were scared to talk to them, let alone get in a ring with them. All that fear and respect seems to have gone. It just, I don't know, it's just not there now that the world knows it's all scripted. It's just the celebrities now just think, yeah, I can get in there, I'll do a few things. It's really annoying. I really hate it. I really hate it, and I've always hated it. And I've always said on these streams I've hated it. But what I will say about Logan is that he is very athletic. He comes from a wrestling background. He did high school wrestling. He did boxing. So he does have some abilities. He does have some skills. And I think if you watch his matches, you can see that he's got abilities. You can see that he's got skills. So for me, I don't actually find him that frustrating to watch. His matches are normally put together so that they're entertaining. I think that he is someone that gets a lot of respect from the WWE universe, even if it is through gritted teeth. And I think the reason for that is because you can see that if he committed to this, if he actually gave his all to this, right? Forget Prime, right? There's people that run that business. He doesn't need to be running around dressed as a Prime bottle or anything, right? He's got KSI. There's other people that he can pay to promote it, right? He doesn't need to be as heavily hands-on as what he is. It's great that he is, and it's great he's making loads of money, but I just don't see how you can talk about wanting to do boxing, how you've got your podcast, how you're so hands-on with Prime, and then you're also trying to do the wrestling thing. It does feel to me like WWE is just an afterthought. It takes a lot of work and a lot of commitment, and it seems like the amount of commitment that he is willing to commit is about 3 times a year. Unsurprisingly, at the big shows. So a Saudi show, SummerSlam, WrestleMania. That's what he seems to be committing to. Now, I have heard that the new contract is hopefully going to increase the amount of times that we see him, but I do just find it very frustrating that he's got all this talent, he's got all this ability. I have no doubt if he 100% committed, he'd be a fantastic professional wrestler. He's athletic, he's still young, he can talk, he's very confident on the microphone. He has obviously got celebrity, and so he garners a reaction when he comes out. It's not just tumbleweed when he comes out. Like, you know, when it's a Logan segment, it feels like a big segment. He's got everything you would want. I mean, it's everything you would want. And so my only frustration is that we just don't get him enough. That's what it comes down to with Logan. The reason why I wanted to explain all that is because I think sometimes people just think I don't like celebrities and that is it. That is it. It's just that is it. But when you've got someone with Logan's ability, like I am willing to like get behind it, watch it, enjoy it. But you got to commit to it. You got to be a wrestler, because right now you're a celebrity taking a spot from a wrestler that deserves it more, in my opinion. That's how I see Logan. So, you know, he'll rock up at SummerSlam, having done very little between now and SummerSlam. And he'll only be there to boost social media for WWE. He's only there because the videos and the views of the casuals, you know, get great reaction and whatever. His match quality, though, in all fairness, you know, what they put together is very good. So you can't sit there and go, oh, he stinks the place out, because he doesn't. He doesn't. They don't allow him to. And so you can't necessarily say that, but I think you can make an argument of, you know, there's people that get left off cards that really deserve to be on cards that can't get on cards because you've got like all these celebrities around. And, you know, it's just a way of like boosting the numbers. So for me, it's the dirty side of wrestling. It's the side of wrestling I really don't like. It's the side of wrestling that I think is really unfortunate, really unfair. But as I said, I think he's got skills. And I think that if he was to commit a little bit more to this, then I would be really interested to see kind of where it would go. So we'll have to see. As we said, reports are that he is expected to work a bigger schedule this time. So let's see what this contract actually leads to. Mitchell, shout out to you, bud, said, Days, I was wondering if Vince is controlling Raw and Triple H SmackDown, and that's where they go with the draft. It would be a cool Civil War dynamic. NXT guys, SmackDown, Vince, thoughts? Well, I don't think they are doing that, to be honest. I mean, Vince has come out and said he can't get in the weeds. Everyone got upset last week because he was in the weeds. And as we said, and as was being speculated, was it because he was just in the area? And so, like, is that it? Was that the only reason? And so far, seemingly it is. He wasn't at SmackDown. He's apparently not there tonight. So it's not something that I think is happening, to be honest. I just think he was in the area and he popped in. And that's why we got what we got last week. In regards to, would it be a good idea going forwards? I honestly don't know, to be honest, because the Fire Vince movement really got traction. I don't think it would have done anything until, as I've said many times, it translated to the real world. Until they see the numbers dropping, until they see Peacock subscriptions declining, and they see like an actual effect, like something actually negative happening to the business. Because, listen, running around saying hashtag Fire Vince, they ain't worried about that. And as I said before, Vince can easily explain it by just saying, I just had the top babyface get destroyed by Brock Lesnar. Did you just see what happened to Cody? Of course, those people are upset. This is the reaction I wanted. This is the reaction I expected. And so the people at Endeavor who haven't got a clue about wrestling will have gone, okay, yeah, cool. Right, well, listen, if you say this is, you know, the plan, brilliant. This is why, like, that Fire Vince movement, just until something was going to come of it, until it was going to take that next step, and we were going to hear the chants like hijacking the shows, or we were going to see mass cancellations or Raw or SmackDown ratings falling off a cliff. Until we got to like that point, it wasn't a concern. But if Vince was to come back and run a show, it would be very interesting to see what the Fire Vince movement would become. It would be very interesting to see all that anger, all that frustration, all that dislike that seemingly exists out there now for Vince. It would be interesting to see how that would manifest itself. I mean, I would imagine it'd be horrific on Twitter if Vince did run Raw, because, you know, if you do anything wrong, anything out of line, it would be zero tolerance, and that would be it. I mean, Vince would just be getting dragged week after week after week. I think it would get to the point where he couldn't put on a good show. I just think that people wouldn't want to give Raw praise because they would be praising Vince. And I think we could be at the point, just looking at the backlash last week, we could be at the point whereby, you know, that does become a problem and people might stop watching. And you might see people on... Now, Twitter only makes up a very small percentage of the audience. So how much of a problem it would be, I don't know. But if Vince was to run Raw, I'd be very interested to see the impact on ratings. I don't think they fall off a cliff. Because, as I said, I think what you see on social media is a small percentage of the wrestling viewership. It's just the loudest part of the viewership. So I don't think that ratings would necessarily fall off a cliff. I actually don't know how people would react, but just basing on last week with the hashtag Fire Vince movement, there would be a negative reaction to Vince taking over Raw and Triple H having SmackDown. How that would show itself, not sure. I'd love to see it, just to see like what would go down. Whether it's a good idea or not, I would say probably not. Just because I think people really like Triple H, and I think if you can just have Triple H in charge of both shows, I think that's maybe an area of drama that we don't need to exploit. Like, we can use the superstars to like tell stories like Bloodline and whatever. Don't think we need to go there to do like drama between Vince and Triple H. I mean, that's what it would boil down to, isn't it? Would a story that builds a rivalry between Vince and Triple H be a good idea? And that's one that can be hotly debated, to be honest. I just think that I think we're past it. I mean, Vince is like in his 70s, and he is a high executive now. I mean, you could do a story, I suppose, but I think I would just focus on the superstars again, you know. I would just focus on... You could do a really fun Survivor Series match, though. Could you imagine a Survivor Series match where it's Team Vince against Team Triple H? Winner gets to control WWE or control creative, or however you're going to word it. Probably control WWE. The winner gets to run WWE, or however you want to word it. Like, I could see... Depends how much you want to encourage that online kind of narrative, that hatred that Vince has. It's a good one. It's a good one, Mitchell. Interesting. I think we could probably throw that around for a while, to be honest. That's one that I think we could get our teeth into. Sunshine, Moonlight, Good Times, Vince. Wrestle with Andy. Hello, hope you're well. Nick said, Brock did the same for years. He's being used as an attraction. He won't become full-time, but he is great in ring. Yeah, but Nick, Brock's earned it. I mean, there's a big difference between Brock Lesnar and Logan Paul. One of them is a former UFC heavyweight champion of the world that brings a degree of legitimacy. The other one is a YouTuber. So for me, like, there's a whole world of difference by comparing Logan and Brock. The other thing I would say is that Brock was a wrestler that worked a full schedule in the early 2000s, decided it wasn't for him, so he ended up going, and I think he went to football, and he went to UFC, and now he's come back, and it is true, he is an attraction now, but my counter-argument is that he brings a legitimacy that Logan doesn't, because, you know, Brock's cool. Brock's cool. He's a former UFC heavyweight champion of the world. He's one of the baddest men on the planet. Like, if you put Brock in a ring with Roman, it is like, oh my God, like, legit, who would win this? Like, if this was a proper fight, who would win this? Because I think it would be Brock, to be honest. I think Brock would take Roman in a legit fight because Brock's obviously had years of MMA training. I know that Roman is a bit younger, and he's got that Samoan strength, that Samoan blood in his veins, which you can't overlook because, you know, that's just like, what a family, man. What a heritage. But I think Brock would beat Roman. And you just don't have that with Logan. When Logan steps in there, it's like literally the only reason that Logan is in the positions he's in is because of the following he's got. Whereas Brock has earned, like, getting to where he's got because he's been in wrestling before. He's been in UFC. Now he's come back. And I would say even when he came back, I mean, he worked not a bad schedule when he first returned. He was doing like Beast in the East in 2015, where we went over to Japan and he had a match with Kofi Kingston, I believe. And that was just like a little show on the network. Obviously, he was fighting on the pay-per-views and whatever, but, you know, I mean, I don't think we can even compare Brock to Logan. I mean, Logan's had 4 matches, hasn't he? He had the tag match with Miz. He then faced Miz. Then he faced Roman. And now he's just had the match with Seth. So in 12 months, he's had 4 matches. So, I don't know. I mean, like, we'd have to have a look to see, like, what Brock's schedule was like. Don't forget the age difference as well. Because Logan's, 28? Brock's now in his, 40s? So, you know, in my mind, like, Brock's a legend, but he's a wrestling legend, he's a WWE legend who's had plenty of matches, including a run in the early 2000s when he was, you know, the next big thing, which was obviously a big run that really made a mark on the wrestling world. And then you've got Logan, who's had 4 matches. So, I mean, what I would say it does come down to is celebrities versus legends. Because I think for me, Brock is now in that legends category. A bit like how John Cena took on Austin Theory at WrestleMania. You can make the argument that John Cena took a spot away from someone. You can make an argument that Lita and Trish took a spot away from someone at WrestleMania as well. You could even make an argument maybe Edge is, you know, at his age, taking a spot away from someone. He keeps going away and coming back. A little more full-time, though. You know, he's around, he's on Raws and whatever, so a little different for Edge, but you get my point. You can make the argument that legends return for the big shows and take spots away from the roster, and it's a perfectly fine argument to make. Perfectly fine argument to make, but as a wrestling fan, those people have paid their dues. Those people have put the work in. Those people have been on the road, grinded. You know, I mean, Trish and Lita never got the opportunities that they should have got when they were competing because women's wrestling was not treated the same way that it's treated now. John Cena's main evented multiple WrestleManias. Like, I couldn't even tell you how many matches John Cena has had in his career. And he's at the point now where people, you know, WWE has invested in John. They took him from prototype to where he is now. They've invested millions and millions and millions of dollars in John Cena, promoting him, hyping him, putting him onto shows and, like, you know, building him up. We went through Thugonomics. He's obviously had multiple title reigns, 16 world title reigns. So we've invested all this time, all this money into John Cena, using him now to bump ratings for a WrestleMania or bump ratings for a SummerSlam. Sort of how it goes when you've invested so much in someone. So, as I said, to compare that to a Logan Paul, who is unproven in the wrestling world, achieved next to nothing in the wrestling world, is a celebrity and better known for things away from wrestling. I think to compare those is wrong, in my opinion. I do agree, though, that there is a similarity about how legends take spots away from younger talent, and there is talent on the roster. Natty comes to mind recently, who have spoken out about these legends returning and taking those spots away. You know, Natty was outspoken about Trish and Lita being on the card at WrestleMania. I don't know if that was a bit of a work. I don't know if she was trying to start something. I don't know if she was genuinely angry. It's always hard to know, isn't it, in the interviews? But yeah, I think to compare them to celebrities isn't right when we're talking about who, like, do they deserve to be there? But I think it's fair to compare in regards to them still taking an opportunity away from someone else on the cards. Because, you know, you might look at people on the card and go, well, they're just not big enough. But part of the reason why they're not big enough is because when it gets to the big shows, they can't get on the card. It's a bit of like a vicious circle, you know? I mean, you could put someone out there in a singles match. I mean, look at Raquel Rodriguez, for example. You know, she was just in the showcase. She could have had something a bit more worth. She could have been a partner for Becky. She could have had a bit more spotlight on her. She could have been involved in the builds, like as we were building towards like the Damage Control match and everything. But instead she wasn't, because we were getting behind Lita and Trish instead. So as I said, it's I think there's things that are unfair to compare. I think there's things that are fair to compare. But I will never mind the legends coming back, because I feel like they've paid their dues in comparison to celebrities. William, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support as William's fired in loads of memberships. Tell you what, the membership thing has gone crazy, hasn't it? So big shout out to everyone that's a member of the channel. Again, you know, we did a member stream last week. We're going to be doing some stuff as we build towards the next pay-per-view as well. So plenty going on. I want to take this as an opportunity as well to kind of go down and just talk about my notes, so I make sure I've got everything. So no Vince tonight, right? That's a big one. So I know that's one that people are going to really be interested in. Logan re-signing, we've covered, right? Cody is going to be addressing the attack from Brock Lesnar. Now, I don't know if this week's a bit soon for me. I think that attack was so brutal last week. It was a 10-minute beatdown. I don't know if you saw Wrestling Observer's review of the show, but they were basically saying, like, you know, he beat him, he beat him, he beat him, he beat him, and then he walked away, came back, and he beat him, and he beat him. And they were just, like, going on about how long they were, like, he was beating up Cody. And so, I mean, it did feel that way, but as we said, there's not really too much you could have done about it. It might have been a bit strange to have done the match and then have him turn on Cody, because why would he be bothered about being involved in a match? Like, why would he want to face Roman and Solo knowing that he was going to attack Cody at some point? So doing it at the start, I didn't have a problem with that. I thought the beatdown was good. Yeah, I thought it was good. I didn't mind the ending of Raw, but it was brutal beatdown. And now here we are 7 days later with Cody addressing the situation. I'm not sure how he's going to do it. I don't know if he's going to have his arm in a sling or a neck brace, or maybe he's going to do it from home. Probably not. I'd imagine he'll actually be there. I'll be interested to see how he sells last week, because that was brutal. I mean, it was brutal. That's one of the more brutal beatdowns that we've seen. He got chucked in the timekeeper's area, chucked on the commentary table, chucked into barricades, smashed in the ring, F5'd multiple times. I mean, it's pretty horrific, man. So, well, I'm into the segment. I'm into the feuds. So let's see what he's got to say. I think he spoke about his future, but, you know, whatever. We've spoke about this before. Like, you know, the amount of times that you see teases on social media. What I might start doing is actually writing them down, so that I've actually got a list, so that when people go, oh, did you see that graphic? Or did you see what such and such said on Twitter? We can be like, yes, fair play, pay attention to those things, because you never know, right? I'm certainly not going to sit here and say every single time it's like just a tease. But I mean, we've got a good list now. I mean, we've got a good list. Like the electrifying poster for Royal Rumble that people thought was going to result in The Rock, or all of those tweets from Vincent and Dutch that people were reading into, thinking that it meant that they were going to come into the Wyatt Six. And I mean, it goes on and on, doesn't it? It goes on and on and on. There was another one as well I read today, by the way. FTR came out and said they knew long before the Vince coming back thing last week that they were going to stay with AEW. So again, do you remember that post where they put the image out and you just slightly happened by chance? Just a coincidence, like they just slightly happened to take a picture of someone. I can't remember what, it doesn't matter. Just had a little bit of a WWE contract on the table. Honestly, of all the things to accidentally leave in a picture, just accidentally left this little bit of a WWE contract on it. Oh, God. I mean, it's just mental, isn't it, how it happens? But yeah, now they're with AEW. So, I feel like we might need to just get a bit of a list together now, because I feel like we've got quite a good few examples as to how WWE with their marketing. I think there was another one as well where people were saying that like they'd that's the one that always makes me smile, is when YouTube or someone for WWE uploads a video and it just happens to have The Fiend in it because maybe it's Roman's biggest WrestleMania moments or whatever it might be, right? And it just happens to have Bray in there or Fiend in there or whatever, right? Along with like a billion other people. And then people like take a screenshot going, this is interesting. They've shown The Fiend on the YouTube channel. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, Bray is under contract with WWE. He hasn't like, as far as we know, he hasn't like walked out the door or anything. But I had people telling me that this was proof that he was going to be at WrestleMania. Because of just from the fact that The Fiend was in a video around WrestleMania time. That's another one that just is that's honestly a real head scratcher to me, that one. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if that has ever worked. I am not aware. I am not aware of someone being away and returning and their return being teased, right, by a video, by being included in a video on the YouTube channel. I cannot give you a single example of that happening. I can't give you a single example. I could understand it if it was something that had happened in the past, So, like, if it was a case that we'd never had, I don't know, Randy Orton, and then all of a sudden they started to put up video after video of Randy Orton and really like hammering Orton, and then he came back at, say, WrestleMania, then you'd be like, oh, well, do you remember the Randy Orton thing? Do you remember when they put up 10 Orton videos in a row on the morning of WrestleMania and then he came back on that show? Like, had that have happened and we could point and go, do you remember that? Then I'd be a bit more like, yeah, I remember that. Okay, you might have some. But I cannot remember one example of that. I cannot remember one single example. So that one always, like, bemuses me. I've never understood that one, where people just look to see if someone's included in a video. I mean, we're talking about a whole different department. If you work in YouTube, it's just a guy that's given a task of like, right, we need Randy Orton's biggest WrestleMania wins, right? Can you put a thing together? Of course they're going to include Bray and WrestleMania 33 and WrestleMania 37. Of course they are. Like, it would be more noteworthy if they didn't include Bray in that video. So yeah, that one's always one that's kind of a bit of a head scratcher. But I did think that FTR coming out going, yeah, we knew long before last week we were staying with AEW. I was like, oh, yeah, of course you did. Of course you did. As well tonight, we've got a women's tag match. So Becky and Lita taking on Raquel and Liv. So we've got that for the women's title. The other thing that's really interesting that I just wanted to mention, and this is interesting, I don't know what's going on here, but apparently, and you might have seen this today, Eric Young is under contract with WWE and apparently has been since the 1st of November. Like, since the 1st of November, they've had Eric Young, and he's just not been backstage. He's not been at the shows. They haven't done anything with him. But apparently Triple H signed and brought back Eric Young. So I don't know what's happening there. I don't know where he is. I don't know if everything's all right. I hope it is. But that one's a real weird one. It's a real strange one that they've had him on the books all this time. He's not been mentioned. He's not been teased. The only thing I would say is I do remember us talking about it when Nikki ASH became Nikki Cross and changed over. And there was an expectation this was going to lead to sanity. And so far it hasn't. But yeah, I don't know. I hope he's all right. I haven't heard any news about him or anything. But that's been doing the rounds on social media today that Eric Young's just been twiddling his thumbs or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if that's a creative thing or if it's a case that it's an injury maybe that he's picked up like whilst training. I mean, that happens. Bailey picked up her injury that ruled her out for 12 months when she was training at the Performance Center. So there's every chance he was training, getting ready to return, and then did something, you know. So hopefully everything's all right there, though. Alfie said, Days, how are you? I'm good, thank you. What are you thinking of Riddle being cancelled a week into his return? Well, I mean, Sean Ross Sapp said that there's travel things that are causing disruption today. So according to Sean Ross Sapp, it's nothing to panic about. It's like a travel situation. So I like Sean. I trust Sean. If Sean's telling me this or telling the world this, I have no reason to doubt that. So I think it's probably just that. It's probably just like a travel thing. One thing I did read, and again, it was only speculation. I don't think it had come from anywhere of note, but people were saying, like, I don't think that this is what Triple H wants to do with Riddle, because I think Riddle and Miz would be a brand new feud. There's not really any backstory there, at least not one I'm aware of. And really, you know, it's the Bloodline that he should go after, because it's the Bloodline that took out RK Bro. It's the Bloodline that put him on the shelf. You know, as we said, Solo Sikoa was the one that beat him down, and that was the last we saw of Riddle. So I think we can see by Riddle coming out on Friday that Triple H is still interested in pursuing that. And so could be some travel issues here. Could also be that Triple H just isn't interested in doing this match. He's not interested in this feuds and starting something here. He is a lot more interested in Riddle and Bloodline. And as we said, that might be why we saw what we saw on Friday. But obviously that's just speculation. It could just be travel. It could be that the match was going to happen, but it was just travel. So hard to say, but I don't think there's anything like sinister. I don't think there's like a relapse or anything along those lines. I don't think there's anything to panic about. So Alfie, shout out to you. Hayden, shout out to you, bud. I just saw Hayden put in a chat as well, and I can see we've got a few actually. We got Sean, we got Gary, we got Hayden. Let's try and get to these. Days, or they just still selling the fact they got murdered on Impact, said James. Hayden said, Days, I finally found my old kindergarten friends on social media. I've not seen them for a long time, and they remember me. That's really cool. That's really cool. I remember I found a few people, old friends, years ago. I mean, I've lost them again now. But old school friends and whatever, on like Friends Reunited, when that was a thing. I did go on there and find a few people that I'd been in class with and whatever. But, yeah, I mean, I haven't used Friends Reunited since I would say 2 days that I used it when it was popular. So yeah, I've lost him again now. But it's good, man. It's a cool feeling when you like find people you haven't seen in a long time and kind of reach out and exchange a few DMs and catch up and see what's happening and whatever. So cool, man. Really cool. Gary, shout out to you, said, do you see Roman beating Hogan's 1474 day reign? Personally, I don't. I mean, I really thought that Cody was winning at WrestleMania. I think that they've continued so that he can get to the 1,000 days. It feels like Bloodline is wobbling. I mean, for him to get to 1474, something's gonna have to happen in the sense of he's gonna need another Sammy. He's gonna need another 12 months of story that's gonna allow him to like be on top, I mean, Bloodline has been the best thing on the show for the past few years. And like the Sammy thing was not meant to happen. It would be really interesting to know what Vince's plans were, to be honest. I mean, I think Vince would have put the title on Cody. I don't know when, but I think he would have put the title on Cody. Because, I mean, I don't know what the plan was. Because Bloodline were united. And really, the past 12 months has all been about the drama of Sammy, hasn't it? It's all been Sammy coming in, trying to fit in, Jay not liking him, Jimmy accepting him, then introducing Solo. And, that's been a major focus of the past 12 months since WrestleMania 38. Well, it feels like now we're at the point when Roman is champion and he is still got options of opponents. Like, that's not a problem. I do think him wanting to step away and have a break, which was reported before WrestleMania, that's a problem. But if he's going to put that on hold and go, do you know what? This is everything I've worked for. This is my legacy. Like, going away and having a break and going on holiday or whatever, that's got to wait. And I'm going to see this out. If he's going to do that, then the other problem is, how is he going to creatively stay on top for another 12 months plus? Because, I mean, he's not even at 1,000 days. So he would have to be champion in like the back end of 2024, wouldn't he? I mean, in order to beat Hogan's record, it's got to be something like SummerSlam 2024, because 12 months from now wouldn't do it. It's going to still be another 150 odd days, 3 months. In fact, it probably goes, it depends when SummerSlam is, but it's probably past SummerSlam 2024. It's probably past it. So with all of that into consideration, it's like, I just can't see it. I can't see it. I mean, what's incredible is that it's not out of the realms of possibility. I wouldn't say it's impossible. If he is going to put his break on holiday, his break on hold, like going on holiday on hold, it's just a case of, can we creatively get him there? And they'll commit to it, obviously. But what story do you tell? I mean, I think him just like facing people and beating and whatever, it'd just be a bit boring, wouldn't it? I think like with the Sammy stuff and the Bloodline stuff, that was able to keep them on top, keep them fresh, keep people excited. But you've already started to see plenty of people saying, nah, man, it's time for a new champ now. I mean, that's growing. As the weeks go by, I just feel like I'm seeing more and more people saying, nah, I'm done. I'm done with the Roman. I'm done with the Bloodline stuff. I think they've done a great and incredible job. They've gone further than I expected. So they've managed to get like a lot further down the road than I thought they would. Maybe, a bit thanks to Sammy there, as we keep saying, love what he brought to the Bloodline. But yeah, it's one of those where it'll be interesting to see what happens at SummerSlam. I mean, for me, it's all eyes on SummerSlam now. I think that there's a very good chance he loses it there. The idea of going another year after that is not impossible, but it's just hard to see, I think. So, great question, though, Gary. Great question. I think it's one of those it's close, but I mean, it's just, there's always things that are close, isn't it? Like at WrestleMania, people were like, can you imagine if he gets to 1,000 days? And as I've said, if as soon as he gets to 1,000 days, 1,027 days is Pedro Morales' record. So as soon as he gets to 1,027, it is a jump to Hogan. You know, you've got to add another 400 odd days on top then. That is a jump. I mean, 400 odd days is not an easy thing to get to. That's a whole, you know, even a 400-day reign on its own would be one of the longest reigns. So to add that on top would be a jump. And maybe that's just too much of a jump. Maybe that's just going to be a bit too much work. But, I mean, to be honest, it's who's there to take it? I mean, you've got Cody. So Cody could do it. I saw a few people saying they really wouldn't mind Seth. They really wouldn't mind Seth being the one to do it. But like, I feel like Seth is not the face of the company. I feel like Roman is. And really we're looking, it's a bit like, in a way, it's a bit like Cena and CM Punk. So CM Punk's not the face of WWE, John Cena is, and that was never going to change. It was never going to change. CM Punk catered to the wrestling fans, and people loved him, but there was way more kids that were into Cena than adults that were into CM Punk. And I sort of feel like probably the same with Roman. Roman is so cool and over and popular. I don't think Cody's anywhere near that level. Anywhere near that level of popularity. I think that he is over, and I think people, like, by and large, want to see him beat Roman, but the question will be, like, once he actually does it and gets the belt, how long will he hold the belt for, and how many times will he be champion for? Are we honestly saying Cody is the next face of WWE and is the next John Cena and is the next Hulk Hogan? We're saying Cody Rhodes is the next Stone Cold, is the next Hulk Hogan, because that's the bracket you put Roman in. Roman is right up there with a Hogan. I mean, we're talking about him beating Hogan's record. Is right up there with a Cena. Maybe he's not at the level of a Stone Cold, obviously, because that was Attitude Era, but you get my point. He is a face of the company right up there. Are we saying Cody is that level? Because I don't think he is, to be honest. I don't think he is. And plus also, I think what hurts is the fact that he's, 38 or so? And he's made noises of walking away when he's 40. I think he would look to extend that a little bit, but he ain't got 10 years on top. He hasn't even won his first world title. He is not going to have a run of 10 years. You might get, say, 5 years out of Cody or something. So, again, you do have to think about that when you're investing in someone. Like, how much are you going to get back out of them? And as we said, for Roman, he's been around for 8 years. Well, actually, he's been on the main roster for since end of 2012. So 2013 really was his first full year. But then, of course, the first year and a bit, he was in the Shield. So just over 8 years, him being a solo star. And they've managed to get a lot out of him. The Shield was awesome. The past 8 years, they've got value out of him. They've built him up now to this incredible title reign. So, you're not going to do that with Cody because I don't think you're going to have enough time. So the argument of who should beat Roman is a very, very interesting one because there's lots of schools of thought. Do you go Cody? I think they do. And I think they get out of him as much as they can for the next 5 years. I still don't think, for me, Cody's going to, at best, be a Bret Hart level. He's going to be a Bret Hart level. He's going to be that level just below. He's going to be a Macho Man level, Bret Hart level. I don't see him being a Hogan level, a Cena level, a Roman level. And that, I suppose, is what we're looking for. We're looking to see where that person is. And honestly, is it Theory? Vince liked Theory. Theory's got a great physique. He's young. He looks great. His matches are all right. They don't set the world on fire. His matches are all right. He did get shown up in his promo with Cena. That was a problem. Never felt like he really got that back. He got the win, but it was in such a poor match that I don't know that it really did much for him, to be honest. I don't think that feud with Cena has spat out a bigger theory than what went in. I mean, maybe it did because maybe there was more eyes on him. But for me, as someone that watches week in, week out, I don't know that Theory came out a bigger star. But because he got killed in that promo battle. He got killed in that promo battle. So, yeah, that's the one that you would look at and go, definitely like the look of Theory, to be honest. I really like Rick Boogs. I think he ticks all the boxes. I think he's got a great look. I think he's fun. I think he's good on the mic. I think that his matches are okay. We haven't seen a great deal of his matches. That's the question mark. I want to know what his selling is like. I want to see him in like some... if he was to start having some bangers... if he was to start having some really great little matches where you're like, damn, man, like he could be really interesting to me. Well, he is anyway, because I think he's got everything. I'm just waiting to see what the matches are like. But I feel it's a bit more of a safer bet to go with the likes of Theory as potentially being that next massive star. I don't see it in Braun. I don't see it in Carmelo. I think they're going to be great, but I mean, you could say Braun's going to be the next Goldberg. Carmelo, I don't know, actually. I mean, again, at best, probably that Macho Man Shawn level, Brett level, which is not a bad level, but we're talking about the face. Where's the face? Where's the next face of the company? With someone not obviously being around, other than Cody, who, as we said, can definitely carry the torch for a little bit. They could just look to keep it on Roman for as long as possible, to be honest. I mean, Roman is working. The ratings are insane. You know, all Triple H does is come out and tell us about the records that are being smashed and how amazing everything is. And this is up, that's up, this is amazing, that's amazing. It's no coincidence that the guy on top is, you know, as we've said many times, you look at the person on top and you give them props if it's killing it. Equally, like I've said with MJF, you also go, ooh, that's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a concern that we're not seeing better numbers with MJF as champion. Because the champion is the one that gets the praise, but the champion's the one that takes the fall as well. LA Knight against Rick Boogs, dream match. Yeah, I mean, listen, I know that Rick Boogs is a weird person to shout about, but he is jacked. He is a big guy, and you know as well as I do, one of the things that really separates people when it comes to are they the face of the company is their size. Like, really, it's the first thing you look at is the size of someone. And you look to see, like, you know, you look at that first. That's why Boogs is interesting to me. It's why Theory is interesting to me. Both of them are young, certainly Theory. Both have got loads of improvement that needs to be made, but both have got great potential. So I'm definitely just keeping an eye on him. I really want him to come through. I really, really do. I really want Boogs to, like, be the guy. I would love for... I don't know that I don't know that Rick Boogs is the right name. I feel like he might need to change that. I need to see him in the ring. I need to see him in some feuds, but the raw ingredients are looking pretty good. I mean, there's a reason as to why he's made it onto the main roster, right? When we didn't see much of him in NXT at all, they very much fast-tracked him to the main roster. So WWE clearly like what they're seeing there, but as we said, lots of unanswered questions. Lots of unanswered questions. I certainly don't think he's the one that's going to be beating Roman. Let's put it that way. But I'm going to really enjoy watching his development. Really enjoy. For me, that's actually, do you know what? We don't ever talk about it, but that's a little thing that I love about wrestling is seeing a young talent or someone just starting and watching their journey and watching them, like, you know, kind of go from where they are to where they are. You know, we've done that with Alexa and Becky and Charlotte and, you know, all these amazing talents that, you know, really started out. Bianca, you know, starting out in NXT And Bianca didn't have any previous wrestling experience. And so we've really seen her evolve and come through. And that's something that I really love doing. I love doing that, watching someone improve and go through those stages. A little bit behind with the super chats. Of course I am. Sean, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Sean said, a friend and I were discussing Gargano. Main roster reactions haven't been much, but they were big on NXT Stand and Deliver. He's talented in ring, but my friend believes he's not connecting. Does he need more time to breathe or a heel turn? He needs more time to breathe. He's only just started, so we keep saying this. And I think it's a really good comparison. If you watch a lot of wrestling, it is the easiest thing in the world. It's the easiest thing in the world to think that everyone has your knowledge. Everyone has watched what you've watched. Everyone is up to speed with, everything that you've seen, and we're all on the same page, right? That's the easiest thing in the world. It's a mistake I make time after time after time after time after time. The truth of the matter is, I don't know what the ratings were for NXT on the network, but they would have been low. I mean, for starting point, there was only 1.2 million that had the network anyway. So there was only, I think, 1.2 million in the world that could have watched it. So that would have meant everyone that had the network had to watch NXT. And even then, it would still be well below Raw, even if they did, right? So we knew that network subscriptions were I think 1.2 is the number I really remember. There is no way it would be a percentage of that. I mean, even if you say 50%, half of everyone that had the network tuned in every week to watch NXT, that would be 600,000, right? Well, now it's 650,000 on USA Network, and that's going to be with casual fans watching. So I don't know what the number was on the network, but I feel very confident in saying that it would be below what it is now, right? I think there's probably more people watching now than there was when it was on the network. I think that NXT is watched by 600,000 in America. I think you compare that to Raw. Raw gets 1.8. That means Raw is 3 times bigger. SmackDown is even bigger than that. There is a lot of people that do not watch NXT. A lot of people. It is their developmental. So Johnny is someone that took a long time to get going in NXT. I mean, he was, DIY were doing their thing, and, he was winning people over. But the idea that Johnny and the reactions he was getting, he was getting them all along, that just wasn't the case. It took time for him to get going. Like, Johnny, for me, has done very little on the main roster. He has been in a bit of a feud with The Miz, along with Dexter Lumis. And outside of that, I can't tell you anything else he's done. So I just don't feel like we've really got going. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of people that watch the main roster that don't watch NXT. I think in NXT, he has shown what he is capable of doing and what kind of reactions he can get. We're not seeing them yet, though. We're not seeing them yet. But then we just haven't seen much of him. So, yeah, definitely give him more time. Definitely give him breathing space. You could do a heel turn if you wanted to. Just to, get people's attention. Oh, my God, what's this? And do you know what I mean? If you wanted to go that way. But more than that, just do something with him. I don't care if it's a heel turn. I don't care if you put him with Tommaso and you reform DIY. I don't care what you do, but just do something. Because I feel like he's been on the main roster for a while. And, I mean, we didn't have anything for him for WrestleMania. I think that's the only reason that he faced Grayson Waller is because Triple H had his card and he went, I just don't have anything for Johnny. And so they put him on the Stand and Deliver card instead. Again, really interesting, though. It's another one that we could spend forever talking about, Sean. Sean, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate it. I did see there was another one that came through, which has jumped off screen now, unfortunately. I'm going to try and get back to that. It was Delwyn. Cody Rhodes is going to respond tonight. Rey Mysterio has jumped into the ring. I'm going to go back to the Beach Kevin and Delwyn and read their thoughts. Ex-con Dom. Cody, Gunther, or Bray could beat Roman, says Moolah. Yeah. For me, I think it will be Cody. We sort of was having a few different conversations there about, like, Bobby against Bronson tonight, about who the next Roman is going to be. But as I said, I think there'll probably be a bit of a gap before we find the next Roman. There was sort of a bit of a time where, Cena went away and we tried to push Roman a bit too early and a bit too hard and ram him down people's throats, and people didn't like it. Here's Rey Mysterio in the ring. Rey said he's got to pour his heart out. It's been a crazy year for him. Crowd are chanting for him. He's got an LWO shirt on. So Rey getting a really great reaction. Rey said he's had a lot of ups and he's had a lot of downs. But he said it was a dream come true going into the WWE Hall of Fame. You deserve it, chants by the crowds. You deserve it. You deserve it. So, crowd chanting, you deserve it to Rey. I'm just trying to find this super chat. So he talks about facing his own son, and Dominic gets boos from the crowds. Rey said he wanted things to be different. And I think Dominic's about to make his way down. Yeah, here's Dominic. Gets a little stumbled with his words there. Think he was about to say, keep your name out of my mouth. Keep your name out of my mouth. So Dominic has come out. Keep your name out of my mouth. You never cared about me. That's why, the boos are so loud. How interesting that they're starting Raw with this. Erase Your Mind, shout out to you, buds. They're just using you. Nothing else matters unless Rey gets what Rey wants, says Dominic. The reaction is so big. More boos again, man. Such a big reaction. Dom's like, I'm going to put my name in your mouth, said Blaze Radio. That's how they say it in prison. Roll the footage. He's going to roll the footage, man. Look at this. This was 9 days ago at WrestleMania. Dominic had a chain. And there was Bad Bunny getting involved, being a douche, stealing that chain. He stole his chain from him. We're seeing last week on Raw, Judgment Day coming down during Theory and Rey Mysterio. And Theory picking up the win. Dom needs an advocate. So just showing Bad Bunny. It's just a replay of last week at the moment. And there's Damian Priest grabbing Bad Bunny, hurling him over the barricades. I can see the plan already for a chain match, says Jax. Yeah, I mean, so far they're just recapping last week's very well-received Raw. I mean, I think what the wrestling world is going to want is more replays of last week's show. I think that'll go down really well. Guys, you got to give the people what they want. What was hated more, last week's Raw or Dominic? Answers on a postcard. When Damien put him through that table, that was music to my ears. I spoke to Bunny last night. Oh my God. Amazing. He'll be back. Oh yeah, that's sick. You're going to regret putting your hands on Bad Bunny because he's going to write a song about it. More empty words from a deadbeat dad. Rather than worrying about Bad Bunny, you should worry about what the Judgment Day are going to do to you. When are you going to man up and do things on your own? Who's going to win the main event Hell in a Cell Hardcore First Blood Falls Count Anywhere TLC match? It's got to be Red Rooster, mate. Take the Rooster over SD Jones. Okay, where's this going? How about we have a WrestleMania rematch? Right here in Seattle. How about we have a WrestleMania rematch right here in Seattle? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. Sent you an audio clip, said Corey. Okay. Is this Is this Finn? Damien? Actually, is that Finn? I have no idea what Finn's music is. In my mind, Finn's music is bum, bum, and it's not that. Right, so I think it's Ray versus Finn Balor. Okay, so Balor making his way down. Right, I've got some super chats I need to get to here because I am behind. The Beach Kevin said, is Seth over or is it just his theme? Well, Seth's over in the sense of when it's a Seth segment, I think people are excited to see what he's going to do. I think he's been around as long as Roman, of course. So he's been on the roster a long time. We all remember Heist of the Century. We all remember him being the architect. What I would say is the Messiah stuff wasn't doing it for me. I think the Visionary stuff has been a bit better, a bit more palatable. But this doesn't feel like my favorite version of him. I mean, like, Monday Night Rollins was amazing. He used to just come out and just steal the show. He used to come out, put on banging match week after week after week, and he just used to steal the show. I mean, I would imagine the work involved in doing that. Like putting on a banging match every week. It was very reminiscent of, like, do you remember when Cena was doing his open challenge? And Cena would just defend against different people and it would be really tense. And those matches were great. Like, it was very reminiscent of that. Like, I love all of that from Seth, that era of Seth. Architect and, you know, him being with the Authority and everything when he was champ. Brilliant. All of that was great. But I think, like, in recent times, it's just not hit the same. So Seth is over because he got over a long, long time ago. But I think, there's no denying that people love his entrance theme. And actually, as great as that is to get that sort of reaction, I would imagine it's probably a bit frustrating if I'm Seth. Because if I'm Seth, I want people, like, you know, buzzing and chatting about my matches, my in-ring, talking about, like, me being a multiple-time champion and how I'm one of the best, not just singing my theme, which I don't know. I mean, the theme thing's really interesting because I think it's a double-edged sword, because it's a bit like having a catchphrase. You know, if you've got a catchphrase on TV, it's brilliant because you know, you're over, like, people love you because of, you know, your catchphrase and what you say and everything. But it can sort of overshadow other stuff. Like, do you remember that episode of The Simpsons where Bart is, like, he's got a catchphrase. I think his catchphrase is, "I didn't do it." And he keeps going on to, like, late night talk shows, like, trying to talk about really in-depth things. And they're like, "Just do the line." And he's like, "I didn't do it." And they're like, "Yeah!" In a way, I see Seth's theme as a bit like that. It's great that he's got it, and it definitely is grabbing attention, and people love singing it, and it gets people engaged with him. You'd much rather that than walking out to crickets. But I feel like it's a double-edged sword because, as you say, you know, people just love singing that, and just don't hear people, like, talking so much about his actual match quality and his promos or talking about his character or anything. So I think, to answer your question, I think that Seth is over, but I think right now his theme is massively over as well. And you could maybe make an argument that it sort of gets in the way, you know, when he can't talk, when, you know, think about how they used him on last Monday. I mean, he literally came out, the crowd sang the song and he went away again. That must be so frustrating if you're a wrestler. If you're a wrestler, you've got to the point now where on an actual show, and I understand it was an exception, but it still happened, where he walks out, doesn't say a word, doesn't wrestle, and then walks to the back again just so people can sing his theme. He doesn't even need to be there. Just play the song, and people will sing along to the song. I bet it's frustrating. Right, we are underway with this. I want to read Delwyn's because I haven't got to Delwyn's. Delwyn Jones, shout out to you, buds. Delwyn said, "Evening days. What are your thoughts on Uso at the moment? Jay, for me, is afraid of Roman, but I'm expecting big things to come. Jay is to be attacking tag team men's way. That's the way I'm expecting. Jay is to be attacking tag team men's way. That's the way I'm expecting. I don't know what that means. So what do I think of the Usos? I think we're building... Well, I thought we were building to them turning face because we'd planted seeds for a face turn. And then Jay, like, you know, seemingly stopped Solo on Friday from delivering that Samoan spike. And then all of a sudden we got, he kicked him in the head and we were about to get underway with a beatdown. So I thought we were going one direction and now we seem to be going in a different direction. So it's sort of difficult to know where we're heading with the Usos. I think we could see a more united bloodline. Jay doing what he did on Friday could actually prove to be a bit more significant than what we've given it credit for. Because as I said, all the way along, it's felt like Kevin praising the Usos. There's been loads of praise. Kevin was like, you looked after my kids when I first came to the roster. You were the first people to reach out to me. Like, I really don't want to have to do at WrestleMania what I'm going to do because, like, you've been there for me. And, like, do you remember, like, wasn't it Jay who had his head down? And, like, Kevin was like, look at me when I'm talking to you. It was like Jay was being told off. It's like the Usos were being told off. And they weren't, like, standing, gritting their teeth, ready to fire back with some insults or whatever. Instead, they were reacting like they were being told off and they were naughty school children. There was just little things that you just looked at and went... And then the Usos not being allowed in last Monday to see Roman made you go, man, they're driving this wedge. They're driving this wedge. But Jay sort of made a decision on Friday. I think he put his big boy pants on. And he stopped Solo from delivering the Samoan spike, but then, kicked, was it Sammy in the side of the head and was like, they were going to do the beatdown. Of course, Riddle makes the save in the end. But yeah, that was an interesting little twist and turn. And what that might result in is, that might result in Roman seeing that Jay has sort of chosen the bloodline. So where we're going with it, I don't know, because from here, you could go in a few directions. But just judging off what we saw on SmackDown, I am wondering if we'll see a more united bloodline. If we'll start to see Roman allowing the Usos back in again. Maybe he'll tell them to go and get the tag titles and it leads to a rematch at Backlash. And then we get like Sammy and KO against the Usos. I don't know. I don't know. There's a few different directions that I think you can take the story. But with Roman still champion, it sort of suggests that he's not going away anytime soon. Because I don't even know if he's going to be at Backlash. He might not even compete there. And I think that we're so close to the 1,000 days now we're past WrestleMania. We've surely got to get to there. We've surely got to get to the 1,000 days. Ray with a splash on Finn as we're about to go back to another commercial break. So, Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. I love the question. It's not one that I think we can give an easy answer to, other than because we've managed to get past WrestleMania, I think we get to the 1,000 days. I think we get to the 1,000 days. So, splitting up the bloodline when we've still got, was it 50 odd days to go? Because even then, once we get to the 1,000 days, Roman might not lose it straight away. As I said, if you get to the 1,000 days, you might as well get to 1,027 for Pedro Morales' records. So all of a sudden, that's now, 70 days away? That's like over 2 months or whatever. So they might just be looking to keep Bloodline just together a little longer before it falls apart. I think it will fall apart. But they might just be looking to keep them together that little bit longer. Roman should have won clean versus Cody, and fans might be less irate, says Hal. Days, did you see my comment on Bob Backlund? What do you think? I didn't see it, buds. What was your comment on Bob Backlund? Sylvia said, I hope they get back together with Roman. I'm glad Roman is staying, said Sylvia. Alex Bliss Gamer said apparently 50% of the Raw roster isn't at Raw because of travel issues. That's really interesting, isn't it? Because I must admit, I mean, it's not a usual opening to Raw, is it? We've opened with Ray and Dominic, which is a hot story and perfectly fine to open the show with, but I mean, it wasn't getting that sort of spotlight as we were building to WrestleMania. So, like, for us to come out of WrestleMania and now put it in that sort of a spot where it's opening the show, it probably feels like there's something going on. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what show we end up with. James said, I've been saying for an hour, but someone else gets it read. That's nice, says James. What is it? Gary said, I sent you a super chat. It seems to have vanished. No, I've jotted it down, I think, where you was just saying thanks for such a long answer. I did see it, actually, bud. So apologies. I did have that written down to get to next. So, no, you're welcome. I mean, I don't do it on purpose. Like, I I'm not very good on Twitter. That's the conclusion I've come to. I can't do short answers. I just can't do them. I like to provide information and detail, and like I feel like I have to explain like everything or whatever is in my head. I just can't limit myself to like 170 characters. I just can't do it. So if I get asked a question, I tend to like give quite lengthy answers. Not because I'm showing off or whatever. I just don't physically have the ability to just give short answers. I don't know why. It's a curse. It's a curse, let me tell you. Right, we are back. They're opening with Ray and Dom because Backlash is in Puerto Rico. WWE wants to upsell their Latino elements, which is why we've got a resurgence of LWO, and Bad Bunny said stand and fight. Got to build that show. It's a good point. Maggie said, finally, I wonder about that. Let's go down. Brock Lesnar is the most gifted athlete. He is top tier genetics, says FaZe. Do you think the draft will be with different GMs, or has it been the past couple of years? Doesn't have to be. I mean, we've spoke about it. They could easily just do a little ticker thing on screen and then just announce who's going to Raw, who's going to SmackDown. Or it could just be Adam Pearce that announces it, stands at a plinth and just goes, right, Raw has got, SmackDown has got, so it doesn't have to be a GM thing at all. Could be. I mean, I haven't heard any rumors that it will be. Between the legs goes Ray, basement dropkick, Balor against the ropes. So 24 minutes into the show. Clothesline by Finn. Ray goes down. I am tired of the Adam Pearce bit, says Samantha. Big E would be a good GM, says X Music. He would be a good GM, but hopefully his in-ring is not done. If his in-ring is done, 100%. But hopefully his in-ring isn't done. I'm not a big fan of people being GMs that are still active superstars. I liked Sonya, but she wasn't an active superstar for quite a long time. And then she started to have matches, and, you know, unsurprisingly, we moved her away from that role then. Headbutts by Rey. Rey Mysterio. Hurricanrana off the top. 1, 2. Shoulder up. My prediction is that Cody will feud with Lesnar, then make a comeback, then eventually challenge Reigns again at SummerSlam. But this time, Cody will have his brother help Cody beat Roman, says Saeed. Alfie ate too many brownies. It's a good problem to have, in all fairness. Justin said, Roman can't successfully defend the championship without help. Predictable outcomes 100% of the time. 619 by Ray. Finley said, what scares me is what happens to Roman after he loses. Ray up top. Frog splash. Knees up by Balor. 2. Kick out by Ray. Kick out by Ray. Crowd are into this, you know. Crowd are into this. Lance, shout out to you. Corey said, do you like Cheech and Chong? Do you know, I've never watched them. Never watched them. I'm aware of them. I had some friends in college that was into watching Cheech and Chong and the lifestyle that goes with that. But I've never actually seen a single one of their films. I'm not really a film person, to be honest. I've said this before. Even as I was younger, I wasn't massively into films. Why did WWE post everything that's going on tonight? I don't know. Have they? There wasn't one earlier. So if they have put something out recently, that would be interesting. We got Dominic with the chain. Ray manages to crack Dominic with that chain. Finn Balor on the outside. Ray going against the rope. Suicide dive. Lands onto Balor. Balor goes into the commentary table. He lands on Dominic as well. And Dominic goes down. Ray with his arms in the air. Throws in some forearm strike to Balor. Balor face first into the commentary tables. Ray with Balor. Balor being thrown into the ring. Dominic, edge of the ring. Strikes Ray. Ray goes down. Dominic with that chain. Loud boos for Dominic, of course, as he nails his dad with the chain. Finn drags Ray into the ring. He's going to set him up for the coup de grace. Finn Balor going up top. Crowd are booing. Coup de grace connects. Coup de grace connects. 1, 2, 3. And Finn Balor picks up the win. Finn Balor picks up the win, picks up the victory, a coup de grace, thanks to Dominic Mysterio. Legend. Alfie, ex-condom, starting to get a reputation of a used condom. Certainly not a popular boy, is he? JS17 said, I'm the same. I'm not a film person. But what would you say is your favorite film? For me, it's Dark Knight, said JS17. I do like Batman. I wasn't into superheroes as a kid because, I think I could have found the comics, but there was no comic books in my area as I grew up. So I was never exposed to Marvel. Marvel films obviously are a more recent thing. When I was growing up, I don't even know if there was a Marvel film that had been made, to be honest. I remember like the Batman films and the Superman films. Those are the superhero films that I grew up with, but they're both DC. X-Men came along in like the mid-late 90s. Here's Alpha Academy. So Dark Knight stuff is a great shout. I went to the cinema to watch that trilogy. Loved them. Here's Otis. Yeah, you gremlin. Okay, they're screaming. What's happening now? We were just seeing Otis. What's this? Who are you? Lita's down. Liv. What's this high-pitched squealing going on? Lita's been attacked backstage. Who attacked her? Liv and Raquel. Is that going to be the Trish turn? There's been big rumors of a Trish turn. Trish turn? Lita out? I think Trish attacked her, says Tom. I think you could be right. Lita's been attacked. It was Trish, said Justin. It was Vince. It was Vince. I'm going to go on Twitter. There's one thing I know Twitter loves. It's blaming Vince for things. I bet Vince attacked Lita. Hashtag fire Vince. Just saying what other people are afraid to say. Asuka attacked Lita, said Inside Out, and again. Trish heel turn. It was Trish most likely. Kathy Kelly is unbelievable, says Lee. What do you mean? Unbelievable how? Unbelievable as like, wow, what a woman. Or unbelievable as in, I just don't believe a single word that she's saying. Just don't believe a single word she says. Was it Rhonda? She wants the belts. Outlaw Angel said definitely Bray. Andrew said, blame Vince, fire Vince. Trish is fire. It's definitely Trish, says Hagen-Dazs. Tim said it confused me too. Days, on the front of Batman Superman comics, it says DC, meaning Detective Comics. I would go DC over Marvel, but when I say that, I mean I would go Batman, and that's about it. I really like Batman. I love the fact he's just a normal guy who's just rich, and he's got like a cave and a bat car and a suit, and he's got skills and black, looks cool. I like Batman, but yeah, I don't know. Films are very difficult. I like Dark Knight. Dark Knight's cool. The one that always comes to mind is Senna, which is a documentary about Senna, the racing car driver, which you do not need to know about racing car driving. You don't need to care about racing. You can even you can actively hate sport, and that film will still blow your mind. I know that because I went and watched it with someone who actively hated sport, and they absolutely loved that film. So Senna, I can't praise it enough. It's an amazing, amazing film. The other one as well, if you want like a real gritty English film, one that I don't know that you would have heard of in America, but you may have. It's called Dead Man's Shoes. Dead Man's Shoes. Good film. It's all about this guy who comes back because his brother is being bullied. So he comes back to deal with the bullies, and he's unhinged, is the way to put it. He's unhinged. Like, he breaks into the bully's house, and like graffiti's on the wall and everything, like to let them know that he's been in there. And then he's just standing on the side of the road, and like the bullies pull up in the car, like the people that have been attacking his brother pull up in a car, and he's just standing there. And there's like this amazing showdown as he's just kind of standing there, just doesn't care. They're like, was you in our house? He's like, yeah. It's awesome, man. You got to watch it. Dead Man's Shoes is a great film. That's the extent of my film knowledge. That is it. Days, Batman is my favorite, said JS17. I like his story. Tries to make an impact through his own trauma. Batman is made through Bruce's parents' death. Wrestle Andy said, please acknowledge American Pie 2 as one of the GOATs. I don't know. I've seen it, but I can't remember it. I remember American Pie, obviously. I can't remember what happens in the second one. I've seen the second one. I don't think I've seen anything past that. I mean, there was loads, wasn't there? Right, we're going back and just seeing last week again. I feel like I'm watching last week's show. Too bad DC can't make $1 billion box office movies like Marvel, said Justin. Days, Trish heel turn tonight. Thoughts? Yeah, well, to be honest, I mean, we were hearing these rumors before WrestleMania, and I remember during I think it might even have mentioned it in my WrestleMania predictions. It's like I don't see it. There's been no teases of it. There's been nothing to suggest it's coming. Like, the only reason I think people are talking about it is because it must have come from like Dave Meltzer or Sean Ross Sapp or something like that. That there was a plan to go in that direction. So, don't know. Yeah, that's been around for a good few weeks now, and now all of a sudden Lita's been attacked by someone, and we don't know who it is. Yeah, I think it's got to be the front runner, isn't it? I did like, though, someone said that Trish was wearing different colours at WrestleMania. She wasn't wearing like the same colours as the other girls at WrestleMania, which I thought was a fun observation. But obviously it didn't, we didn't get any turns or anything at WrestleMania. But if we are doing Becky against Trish at Backlash, then yeah, you want to build it, don't you? And you need to get going. Brock was killing it as a face, so Vince came along and turned him heel, said Justin. James said, anyone else think Vince is in the ears of the announcers? Lots of stumbles, said James. I mean, I don't think so, just because I don't believe he's there. So if he was going to be in their ears, he would have to be in Gorilla. I don't think he can remotely. Who knows? I mean, he's got money. He probably could be in their ears remotely, but I don't believe so. I think he'd have to be in Gorilla. Trish came back and she took Bayley's spot, said Troma. Legend is a great movie about an English gangster. Tom Hardy plays them. Is that about the Krays? I've never seen it, but I've got a feeling there was a film that was about the Kray twins, Kray brothers, which might be that one. I did hear good reviews of it, if it is. Have you seen Rush, which is great, and it's based on Niki Lauda? I saw a little bit of it. I didn't get a chance to watch all of it. I would watch it because it's about the Hunt Lauda rivalry, isn't it? So I would watch it. I reckon I'd enjoy it. But I only caught a little bit of it, and I can't remember how, to be honest now. I can't remember how I only caught a little bit of it. There's probably a very good chance I bought it, because I used to work in an entertainment store. So there's probably a good chance I bought it, started watching it, and then I was like, oh, no, I'm just a bit tired or something, and turned it off. So probably that. I probably have it. But if I do, it would have been when I was in Southampton, and all of that stuff's in storage now. So it's probably on a streaming platform, innit, to be honest. Right, Cody Rhodes responds tonight. We've had a lot of recaps from last week. Okay, here's Byron. Becky Lynch is here. Becky is here. She's got Becky 2 belts. Becky 2 belts. She is the women's tag team champions. Medical facility. Lita is in a local medical facility. Oh my God. That is not Byron Saxton. That is Vince McMahon in disguise. Here's Trish, but that might be Vince. And there's Adam Pearce, but that could be Vince as well. Medical facility makes me think that he's there. I don't think those boobs are real on Trish, so that could be Vince. Here's Vince. Here's Vince Stratus. Vince Stratus making his way out. Yeah, I'm onto him. Trish McMahon has made her way. Do you know what I know about Twitter? If I type the word medical facility, OMG, hashtag fire Vince, that'll do very well. That'll do very well, guys. Twitter is so easy. Easy. Done. Trish gets 0 pop. Yeah, it's because everyone knows it's actually Vince. What if it was Alexa who attacked Lita? What if it turns out that it's not Alexa, it's just Vince dressed as Alexa? Did you think about that? What if it turns out Vince is Uncle Howdy? Vince in drag, Trish Stratus. Yeah. We're all thinking it. It was Brock. It was Damage Control because of WrestleMania. Liv Morgan is winning gold. Vince Lexa. Days, why aren't they acting as if Lita has died? Says JS17. Well, listen, thoughts with Lita, who is in a local medical facility. Panic! The panic right now. I don't even. Oh man, I'd love to just be sat here reading the tweets. Medical facility. I mean, look, Vince is back, right? He's in charge of the company. I would imagine he's probably come in and gone, I don't want any more of this hospital talk. I don't want any more belt talk, right? So he probably has come in and reinstated that. But it doesn't mean he's there tonight, right? It doesn't mean he's there tonight. But I do want to go onto Twitter and just be like, oh my God, that means he's there tonight. Because you know me, I love it. I love to just mix it up. I think I just saw Vince in the background and they said medical facility as well. Panic! I think that's what YouTubers are meant to do, aren't they? Aren't they meant to, create drama and controversy and everything? That's how the world goes round. Right, are we going to get new champs? That's the question. Days mixes it up more than Red Velvet, said Stone. From your mama's kitchen. Isn't that where she gets billed from? Your mama's kitchen or something like this? Jake said, did you see a Nakamura push happening, yes or no? Well, depends what we're saying a push, because do I think he'll return and be given some creative and a storyline? I do, yeah, I do. Is he going to become the next Universal Champion or whatever? I don't know about that. So it depends how we're going to, what we're going to say is a push. But is he going to come back and not be sat in catering? I think so. I think Triple H, I mean, look, there must have been a reason as to why he wasn't at WrestleMania, why he's been away for so long. I don't know if he's been dealing with an injury. But they've had enough time to plan for his return. So if he comes back and they've got nothing for him, oh, God, just let him go. Just let him be free. I mean, the man's career is passing away in front of his eyes. Let him live. He must have some money by now. He's been in WWE a good few years. As long as he's been saving a little bit and he's got some money, whatever. Twitter needs to go to a medical facility. Medical facility! God, it's like last week all over again. Oh, my God. Oh. Amazed every match hasn't been just a Moss versus some jobber in 2-minute squashes, but just for the past hour. I'm amazed. Because Vince is back. There's no denying it. There's no hiding it. Vince is there. He is back. I think he's dressed as Michael Cole and he's sat on commentary. I'm starting to question if that was actually Kathy Kelly, to be honest. To be honest. I don't even know if that was Kathy Kelly. Or Kathy McMahon. Vince Kelly. Fire Vince, said EST. Day's trigger word, medical facility. Oh, medical facility. Oh, my God. Justice for the word belt. That's what I need. Justice for the word belt. We'll never hear the word wrestler ever again. Ever again. It's gone. Take it out the dictionary. It's done. It's gone. Everyone's a superstar. Everyone's a superstar. And This is not wrestling. This is sports entertainment. You're losing it, says Maggie. Oh. I've been in denial too long. Vince is there tonight. He is booking this show, and medical facility is the only proof I need. Mitchell said, I still think it's gotta be Kane. It's gotta be Kane. I still think it's gotta be Kane. Right, we're just seeing again a clip of last week. I mean, these travel problems must be pretty bad. Because I don't remember us getting this many flipping highlights of WrestleMania on last week's show. Mitch said, I still think it's got to be Kane. Sure, he's got different masks since becoming corporate and then a mayor, but you can't rule him out going for the women's tag titles. It's a good point. It's a good point. The Brothers of Destruction have achieved a lot. They never won the women's tag belts. She's had that suction cup kind of treatment where they kind of put the suction cups on to bring the circulation or something, isn't it? So she showed off her back, but her back's covered in marks. Right, here we go. Liv and Raquel could be winning the belts here because we might be seeing Trish wallop big time in the flipping face. I don't like looking at it. There's something freaky about like those marks on her back. Don't like it. Showing off her back, but like it's all marked up. I mean, I don't really understand why she shows her back off at the best of times, but now it's all marked up. It's broken. Need a refund. Did Trish get rushed away to a medical facility field vehicle? Well, it was Lita. Lita's the one that's gone to a medical facility field vehicle, and that's exactly what she was putting. A medical facility field vehicle. Now, can I just say, last week, when Brock turned on Cody, he did it at the start because that makes sense. Because if you are going to turn on the other person, just do it at the start, right? If Trish wants Lita to lose the title, just wallop her one right at the start of the match. Trish. Last minute replacements. Why did he call Trish the champ? Okay, well, Trish is on the outside. The bell has sounded. Becky is starting us off. Raquel picking up big time. Chucking big time into the corner. Picking up big time. Kick to the midsection. But Coach Co. Lost in a haze, wandering through a maze, trying to find my way in bewildering madness. Feel trapped in a daze, like a mouse in a maze, waiting for sunlight to break through the glaze. Okay. Coach Co, thank you. Retribution said she's had cup therapy on her back term. It gets rid of her, in her blood, of excess toxins. Yeah, you see it quite a bit in UFC. It freaks me out. Don't like the look of it. Trish is the champ like Roman is the champ. We all know the true champ is Cody, said Andrew. What wrestler got you into wrestling? Mine was Sin Cara, said Finley. Really? Mine was... I mean, I didn't really have a wrestler that got me into wrestling. It was wrestling that got me into wrestling. It was my cousin that got me into wrestling. he was bringing tapes around, and I watched one, and I just fell in love with it. So it was Survivor Series 92. That's the first show I ever remember watching. So I can't say that there's a wrestler in particular. I tell you, I always feel real, like, the first name that comes to mind when I'm asked that is Big Boss Man. Big Boss Man is the first name that comes to mind. I've told the story so many times, but I remember watching Survivor Series 92, and that's got Boss Man against Nails, and I couldn't get my head around a police officer fighting a prisoner and sorting out their problems that way. I mean, obviously at the time I believed what I was seeing, and so I was like, hang on. So in America, they have police officers against prisoners. Like, I just couldn't get my head around it. I couldn't figure out this world. And so, yeah, I mean, it just grabbed me, massively grabbed me. That's one that really stood out to me. And then, of course, Undertaker Kamala casket match. I mean, oh my, by that point, I'm like hitting the rewind, wearing the tape out. Right, the champs are in control. Trisha's been in. She could have walloped Becky by now. Mitchell said, still think it's got to be Kane. We read that one. Let's go down. Man United Hodge said, why is Trish going to turn? I don't understand. Is there a reason? Also, heydays. To my knowledge, there isn't a reason. I can't tell you where it came from, but just before WrestleMania, there must have been a report, which I didn't see, but plenty of people going, you know, Trish is turning on Becky. They're going to do Becky Trish, right? So Becky versus Trish is a match that's seemingly been reported or rumored somewhere. And even during our WrestleMania stream, like, people were, as I said, were pointing out that Trish was wearing a different color to the other members in that team, and that the turn was going to happen there, or there was a belief the turn could happen there. It never did, but you know, now someone's been attacked backstage. I think you can make the story of Trish feeling a bit like an outsider, you know? It's Lita and Becky that are the tag champs, and then Trish is just kind of off to the side. So I don't know, like, if you could create a story out of that, or if there's going to be a different motive or different motivation as to why she's going to do it. Or even if she's going to do it, I genuinely don't know. But I must admit, someone's attacked Lita, and just because of all that talk around WrestleMania, I would say Trish is my front runner right now as well, yes. Might prove not to be, mightn't it? Could be that it was Liv, and she's about to turn heel, and we get some along those lines. Someone attacked Lita, and I'm sure we'll find out tonight who it was. So, Man United Hodge, shout out to you. Gary said, have the Usos got a match? I haven't seen one. There was nothing previewed beforehand. And I can't say I've seen anything during the show either, so I don't believe so. Spurs Gamer said, for me, if Trish turns heel tonight, like WRKD Wrestling says, then it makes 0 sense and has been built horrible. Trish's turn on Becky and Lita breaks my heart and should have been built another way. What is WRKD Wrestling? I've never heard of this. Is this WRKD Wrestling? Is this some sort of new thing? WRKD Wrestling. It's got 3,000 followers. A new source for wrestling leaks and news. Created in February 2023. Just asking that you credit us for anything shared. Wow, I mean, they've only been around a couple of months, and their last message 2 hours ago has got over 1,000 likes. This is the new Zero News. 2 changes have been made regarding our report. Tonight's main event, Owens solo. Io will not face Bianca, but instead Piper Niven and Michin in number 1 contenders triple threat. March 10th, long-term plan as of this moment is that Trish will turn heel and work a program for Becky. Now that was tweeted out by WRKD Wrestling on March 10th. They've actually retweeted it not long ago. So, yeah, is there something here? Is this a new source that should be? I don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about them. I always tend to err on the side of caution. Okay. Becky, I always like more. Rest of Andy said, zero news, attack Leah. They did it for The Rock. Nice. We are back, by the way. We're an hour into the show. It's not been an amazing hour just because we've had a lot of recaps. I mean, so far we've had the Ray match, we've had an attack backstage, and now we've had this match. There's been a lot of recaps looking back at WrestleMania. There is talk of travel disruptions. Becky going over, looking for the pin. 2. Kick out by Raquel. Mitchell says, why have the women's matches got to come off as so clunky? I really want to get into them, but they always come off as botchy and they have random commercials. That's interesting. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know as to why they come off that way. I like the women, but, you know, in this match, for example, you got Trish, who hasn't really competed too much. You got Becky in there and living there. Raquel, I mean, she's still working her way up, isn't she? Like, I don't know. I think it might just come down to who's actually in the ring. I've seen plenty of good women's matches on Raw and SmackDown, but I think a lot of these women, sadly, because the opportunities for women are a bit more limited, don't always get like as long to hone their skills. But I don't know that I can put it down to that, to be honest. As I said, there are some good women's matches. Becky is down. Trish throwing in some shots. I mean, she is working here. She's competing. Trish is getting caught by Raquel. Down goes Raquel as Trish looks for the cover. 2. Kick out. Trish going over. Grabbing Raquel. She goes over. Tags in Becky. Becky coming into the ring. Raquel goes to the outsides. Uppercut. Kick to the midsection. Trish grabbing Raquel. Leg drop. Raquel goes down. Becky, 1, 2. And kick out there by Raquel. Isan said, could you Riz live up smooch? Could you Riz live Morgan up? I don't even know what that means. What's that? What's rizzing? Am I going to need like Urban Dictionary? Riz. Seduce. I have never heard that in my life. Have you ever heard Riz as a word for seduce? One's ability to seduce a potential love interest. I have never heard that. Never heard that. It's New York slang, apparently, according to this. It's a slang term. Riz is New York slang. Coined by Kai Cenat, a YouTuber. Oh. Never heard that in my life. No, I wouldn't want to Riz anyone, but I wouldn't want to riz anyone. Just let them be them. Timothy said, is it true that Vince was taken off of creative? He took himself off creative. He said that he can't be in the weeds anymore. Obviously, he stepped away because of the allegations. That meant Triple H took over. Whilst Vince was away, he worked on the sale. He's done the sale. Now, Triple H is getting really good numbers and everything. And, during the interview we saw, he said that he can't be in the weeds anymore. Those days are, like, gone. If he wanted to be in creative, he could be in creative. So I think there's a few factors going on, to be honest. I think the networks are happy with the ratings. I think Triple H is doing a good job. I think the fans like what Triple H is doing. I also think, I don't know if Vince does take this into consideration, but he's old. He's a boomer. I mean, he's really old. He's in his, mid-late 70s. So, the average age for a guy is, late 70s. So, for him to be booking the show and whatever, don't know, you do have to think a bit more long-term about let Triple H do it. Get stuck in, because Triple H hopefully will be with us longer than Vince. So there's probably a few factors at play. Becky with a clothesline, dragging Liv over. So Timothy, shout out to you dudes. This match still underway. I do agree it's a bit clunky. Crowd aren't really into it. I mean, there's no this is awesome. Crowd are just sat watching. Becky. I don't even know what that was. It looked like Raquel flipped Becky onto her own partner. She had her up here on her shoulder, and then she seemed to flip her over with Becky landing onto Liv. Chemistry just doesn't seem to be there in this. Becky telling Liv to get up. Becky going for the manhandle, but roll up by Liv. Kick out by Becky. Becky going over, grabbing Liv. She's got the disarmer. Disarmer is in. Raquel jumping into the ring. Trish trying to come in. Trish with some shots. Stratisfaction. Raquel goes down. Trish rolls out the ring. Liv is down. Becky getting up. Oh, double knees by Liv. Becky against the ropes, looking for the flatliner. Can't get it. Manhandle. Manhandle connects. 1, 2. Oh my God. It's like the never-ending match, man. She gets the manhandle, but Raquel makes the save. Becky on the edge of the ring, kicks Raquel in the face. Tag. In comes Trish. Becky collides into Raquel. Liv getting up. Roll up by Liv. 1, 2, 3. And new tag champs. Trish loses the titles. So Raquel, who has held these belts before with Aaliyah, has got them once again now with Liv. Corey said he can't believe what we've just witnessed. Trish went for a kick. It was a little roll-up by Liv. And we've got new women's tag team champs. She botched it, didn't she? She botched it. Trish in the ring, shaking her head. The most dangerous move, that roll-up, said Ghost Pod Gaming. Devastating. Devastating. Becky in the ring. Trish is sat shaking her head. Becky comes over, gives her a pat on the shoulder. I think she says, I'm sorry. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Look, Trish is like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Beck's like, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. Oh, she's upset. They embrace. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Goes to walk away. Bang! Right in the back of the head. Trish lays out big time. It's interesting, isn't it? It is interesting. Like, why? Oh, kick. Well, she hit that kick. Stupid woman. Couldn't do it during the match, could you? Oh, no. You had to miss it when it was Liv, but oh, yeah, you connect fine when it's Becky. What did she say? What did she say? She just said something to her. Oh, I want to know what she said. I might have to mute this momentarily whilst I turn this right up. Hang on. No idea. I think it was something like, I'm sorry I didn't do it earlier, or it was something along those lines. Trish attacked Becky. Trish attacked Becky. Can you provide insight into Brock's actions last week? Okay, so they're talking about Kevin and Solo. Sammy. Sammy and Riddle are not there. Heyman says that they were both at the airport. He does a little impression of them both. And he says they chose the later flight, basically. That's not great for Riddle, is it? For him to come back and then just like a week later, flight delays, travel issues. I mean, thankfully he wasn't on his own. If it had just been him, that'd be a really bad look. So Paul Heyman talking to Kathy Kelly backstage, just really putting over Solo. Oh, the Usos are there? So Kevin Owens is on his own. We the ones. So Heyman says they've been told to solve the Kevin Owens problem. So Kevin Owens against Solo Sikoa tonight. One of the worst Raws ever, yes or no, said Christopher. No. Yeah, what I would say is that we've had an hour and 12 minutes. We've had 2 matches. We've had a lot of recaps. But, I mean, you've had a turn by Trish. So you've had Lita get attacked backstage. Bit of mystery. Who did it? We still don't know that was Trish, to be honest, but I think it probably was. Then we've had new tag champs crowns. And we've had Trish turn on Becky. And obviously we had Finn Balor against Rey Mysterio. And we got a little summit there as well. So I feel like in an hour and 13 minutes, I feel like there's been some stuff that's gone down. I feel like what they've done is they've gone big with the couple of things that they've been able to do due to the travel constraints. And they've gone big with those. So, the Rey Dominic thing, it opened the show. And, they really gave Rey some talking time. They got Dominic come out, cut a promo, kind of led to a match. And, that was kind of a big way to for that feud. And as was pointed out in the chat, with Backlash coming up, probably makes sense. And then obviously that match just got time, man. That match wouldn't normally get that time. But that match just got some serious time. And so the end result is that we get a turn and all this kind of stuff. And I think in an hour and 12 minutes, we've had a few things that have gone down. Certainly not a great show, but I think we've had some stuff. And considering there's been travel constraints, I think they're probably just doing the best they can do. Do you think Dragon Lee has got what it takes to get to the main roster? Yeah. I don't know how great it'll be on the main roster, though, because, I don't think Dragon Lee had as much buzz around him as what Ricochet did when Ricochet came in, because Ricochet had the whole Prince Puma thing, and there was a lot of excitement for Ricochet, and, of course, he'd been over in New Japan, had that match with Osprey. The Ricochet Osprey match was quite famous. That's one that amongst wrestling fans really generated some interest. So Dragon Lee for me is just not Ricochet level. And I think he can get to the main roster, but I don't know. If you look at how they're using Ricochet, they just don't know how to use him. And I think sadly the same is probably going to be true of Dragon Lee. I just don't think they'll know how to use him. Becky Trish is going to be a Backlash. But I'm not sure. Travel plans. Then again, it's Monday after Easter, so it probably was busy. Yeah, Monday after Easter. Clearly, things haven't gone to plan. I'm not saying that that should excuse anything, but I think if I think it's a case that we can definitely understand why this show is a little bit so-so, What's the main event for Backlash this year? Don't think they've said, to be honest. Brad said, Happy Easter. How was your holiday? Happy Easter, buds. I didn't do anything. So there wasn't really much of a holiday to speak of. So, it was quiet. Very quiet. JS17 said, for me, the best Joker was Heath Ledger. It's a shame he was taken from us at the age of 28 from a prescription overdose. The sad thing was, the last thing he said on the phone was, it will be okay. Right, we are coming back from a commercial break. I didn't do anything on Easter, said Hayden. Yeah, I don't know. Easter's never been one that I've really done anything for. It's not a holiday that really our family get together for. In fact, I didn't even say to my parents, Happy Easter. My mum did say it to me, and then I'd forgot, which is quite bad if you think about it. But, for whatever reason, it's just not a holiday that really gets celebrated as much as... No, Christmas is just a completely different level. Okay, so we're backstage with Byron. Here's Trish. Let's see what Trish has got to say. Why did you lay out Becky? She's continuing to walk. She's left. She didn't say a word. No one wants to talk to Byron, in all fairness. Can understand it, really. Can understand it. Mitchell said, WWE seriously needs a light heavyweight championship. It would solve many issues. If it was booked in the way of the heavyweight title, it would be awesome, says Mitchell. I agree, but I would like to see them give it a go. You never know with these kind of things if they will work or not. But I'm a big believer in just trying stuff. And like, if you have an idea and you give it a go and you commit to it, and just take it from there. I mean, if you've got to make little tweaks and changes along the way, then so be it. If it just completely doesn't work, then, what have you lost? What have you lost? You ain't lost nothing. So I'd like to see him give it a go. But the only downside is if you was to go up to anyone in WWE and propose that, the response I have no doubt would be, we tried it. We tried to do it. We tried the Cruiserweight title. It didn't work. My response to that would be, yes, but you couldn't have botched it any more than you did. It would be impossible to botch it as bad as what you botched it. It's Bayley. Adam knows we need to stick together. What's EO saying? What about us? Huh? I don't even understand. Don't understand. When have we ever seen any drama like this? So Bayley went in and said that she's managed to get herself into a triple threat match. EO responded by basically going, no, like not happy about it. It should be one of us. Why? Why should it be one of them? And now Bayley's gone, okay, I'll go and have a word with Adam and see if one of you can take my place. I'm ungrateful. Dakota was like not even in WWE. EO was down in NXT. How do these women think they are? What's Bayley wearing? Clothes. EO and Dakota are getting fired, says Pilot. I think that was weird. That was weird. I mean, it's definitely foreshadowing a split with Damage Control. Definitely foreshadowing a split with Damage Control. If we're going to do this for a few bits where is Bayley going to turn face? Because she was like, if she was going to stay heel, she could have really put them in their place there. But instead she was like, all right, I'll go and check with Adam, see if one of you can take my spot. She was being really like nice about it. Damage Control. Split. Bayley turning face? Question mark? Question mark? Vince can't be running this show. No, he is. He is. Medical facility. Come at me, bro. We knew this was coming. Most things, not all, like I said. Some things, not all, and some people, not all, said Wan. Well said. Wrestle with Andy said, what if she brought back the hugger gimmick and the wacky inflatable? There ain't no, like, we can't go back to that. We can't go back to that now. There's too much water under the bridge, isn't there? Unless we were going back for a one-off kind of ironic sort of thing, bringing it back, you know. Maybe if Sasha was still around and we were going to do Bayley against Sasha, and for one night she came back as the hugger to get into Sasha's head. You know, like how Seth went back to his Shield attire for Royal Rumble. Like, I could see Bayley maybe doing that. I can't see her going back to the hugger gimmick permanently. There ain't no stopping us now. We celebrate on the floor. Wow. The wacky inflatables wouldn't bring Bayley back after that massacre. Yeah, I mean, she trashed them. Didn't you see? She took an axe. Axe to them. You can turn the wacky inflatable men on now, and they'll still be flopping around on the floor because all the air's going to escape. I mean, literally, there's no way back now. There's no way back. If you take an axe to the wacky inflatable tube men, you are very much putting a full stop on that part of your career. It's done. David said it's Vince's fault. LS Dub said, imagine if Bayley randomly walked out as the hugger one week and never mentioned it. And just said, guys, I've missed you. I'm back. Like that. Have you missed me? I'm back. There ain't no stopping us now. Celebrate on the floor. And her hair in like over at the side in a ponytail. And then in the crowd, Izzy in the crowd wearing a Bayley shirt as well. Ah. And they hug. And it's all like, oh my God. It's like 2016 all over again. Dave, apparently Kurt has reported that he thinks Roman's title has gone far too long. He believes the fans have had enough. What are your thoughts, said Kian? I think that's part of what's meant to happen, though. I mean, if you've got a heel champion, I mean, any heel champion, people are going to want to see the title off of them if they're doing their job right. Add in the fact that he's had that belt for nearly 1,000 days. I would actually say it's more of a miracle that people haven't like switched off their TV sets in boredom, you know. But that's when we talk about how amazing the Bloodline story has been. I think that, you know, not only have people not been turning off, they've been tuning in. The ratings earlier this year were exceptional. I don't know that they're still there now. We're past WrestleMania. I don't know what our year on year is going to look like. You know, that's going to be a big challenge for Triple H. As soon as Triple H starts going up against what he did last year, and we start getting year on year, that's going to be a big challenge. Following Vince is easy when no one likes Vince, but going up against yourself year on year, that's when it becomes tricky. So I would agree and also disagree. I would agree that people are starting to get tired of it, but I would disagree that that's a problem, because I think people are meant to be like tired of it, but not tired of it to the point where they're tuning out. We haven't seen evidence of that. As we said, if we start seeing the ratings decline, and say SmackDown starts doing consistently 2 million views instead of 2.2. I mean, earlier this year, 2.4, 2.5. So, if we were starting to see signs of that kind of fatigue was then showing in the numbers, then I would be like, yeah, okay, we need to freshen it up. But with the numbers still looking as good as what they're looking, it's hard to make an argument to say that they have to take the title off of him. Whilst people are watching, people are still watching to find out who's going to do it. But this is where I think the ratings are going to be very interesting over the summer. Very, very interesting. Because that's when we go year on year with Vince having to walk away. I think he walked away in like July. I think it was July that he went. So, as I said, ratings this summer are going to be very interesting. And there won't be Sammy and the Bloodline. You're going to need a story as gripping as that. Damage Control only got together at SummerSlam. Why are they splitting? I swear WWE does too many turns too quick nowadays. They turn a year and a half later at the soonest, said JS17. Yeah, well, I mean, the only thing I would say is I don't think Damage Control have worked. So you could either try and salvage it, or you could just cut your losses. I don't think that they are a group that has been a big success. I think that we did Summit with them, but I don't think they've been a success in my opinion. If you think of how hot Bayley was in regards to her standing in the company, you know, she was the MVP for me during the pandemic and the lockdown, and then she gets injured just before the crowds come back, and then like she was away, and then when she came back with Damage Control, and it hasn't been the same. It just hasn't been quite as fun. We haven't been getting like the fun ding dong hellos. We haven't been getting like the fun promos. Some of the matches have been all right. I enjoyed some of the matches with Bianca, but it's felt like Damage Control has held Bayley back. Rather than Bayley elevating Dakota and Io, it's felt more like they've held Bayley back to me. So it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, if you look at that and go, well, what's it going to take to make that group work? Or is it just going to be easier to split them? Don't know. I can understand people going either way, to be honest with that. I can understand people going either way. I think if they'd been a big success, like the Shield, then you'd be like, yeah, this is way too soon. But I can't make the argument they've been a big success. I don't think EO is selling tickets. I don't think people are buying tickets to come and see EO or come and see Dakota or come and see Damage Control. I think Bayley's a star, but I can't make that argument for Dakota and EO on the main roster. I like them. And we've spoken about, you know, what would you do with Dakota? We haven't spoken so much about what you would do with EO. But, I mean, honestly, like, I think the fact she doesn't speak English really does hold her back. I do think that's a barrier. So her being in a group where other people can do the talking for her probably does make sense. But, you know, she's a good wrestler, but, like, I don't think her look is anything all that special. I mean, like, if she was walking through the airport, the old airport test, I don't know that people are turning heads if EO walks past. She's a lovely looking woman, but there's lots of lovely looking women in the world. You know, she I don't think she's got, you know, if you was at the airport and Roman Reigns walked past, you wouldn't even need to know about Roman, and, you know, you'd be like, damn. You know, Andre the Giant walks past, John Cena walks past. Like, the airport test is a real thing. I just don't think Dakota or EO have got that. You can make the argument Bayley doesn't have it either. It's very, very difficult to do the airport test on women's wrestlers, in all fairness. It is very difficult to do the, you know, China probably would have turned heads. Trish may have turned heads. So the airport test, I think, is I don't know, you can make the argument it's a bit unfair. But if the look is harder for women, and I genuinely believe it is, because guys, I mean, if you're Jack, that's half the battle. Obviously, women, it's a bit harder. Then, you know, your promos become so much more important. I think women's promos are critical. And so if you can't speak English, man, I mean, if your look is nothing special and you can't speak English, you better be putting on 5-star classic matches. You better be putting on matches that people are just weeping at because they're so good. And I don't think EO's been doing that either. So, like, I can't make an argument for Damage Control, like, being, like, a great faction. The EST, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. We'll do halftime scores at the next. One. I don't understand the airport test. I wouldn't look twice at someone who looked like Stone Cold, but he's one of the greatest, said Mason. Well, I mean, Stone Cold, to be honest, I don't know how tall he was, but I think, you know, how tall was he? I mean, I don't disagree that Stone Cold wouldn't be that strong on the airport test, But then I would make the argument that Stone Cold's look is not really what made Stone Cold Stone Cold. It was his attitude. It was his promos. You know, I mean, it took Stone Cold a while to get going. He couldn't find his look, could he? He was in the Hollywood Blondes in WCW. When he came over to WWE, he was the ringmaster. Like, they were having to give him gimmicks because I'd make the argument that his look wasn't the strongest, but it was the feuds. It was his attitude, and it was the feud with Vince and everything that really took him to like a whole other level. But look is very, very important in wrestling. It's very important. They spend ages on the look, and they did with Stone Cold. As you said, they tried a few different things within his career, a few different ways of presenting him, rather than just him going out there, you know, chucking him out there in some black trunks, right? They've tried to find something creative for him so that he would have an edge. He would have something to be remembered by. But, you know, and they hit the big time with Stone Cold. I don't know how tall he is. He is 1.88 m. What's that in feet? In 6'1", yeah. I mean, even 6'1's not that special, is it? I agree with Stone Cold. Probably if he was in an airport, you know, might not turn heads. But he had amazing creative behind him. He could cut a hell of a promo. A hell of a promo. I mean, what he lacks on looks, he more than makes up for in promo. And then, like, his match quality. I mean, you think about him against Brett. You think about his matches with The Rock. I remember him having a strap match, I believe, with Savio Vega. That the lights went out during an In Your House match, In Your House event. And it was Stone Cold against Savio Vega. And Vince was sat there. And they were, like, panicking. Like, the lights had gone out. And no one knew what to do because this was being... I think it was being broadcast like live, and the lights had gone, and they turned to Vince and they were like, "What should we do?" And Vince's reaction was like, "Man, these two are having one hell of a match." That was Vince's reaction. He was just watching and enjoying Stone Cold against Savio Vega. Just completely like, man, these two are ripping it up right now, and no one can see it. So again, you know, he might lack in the looks, but he did find a look. But it's not the look that gets him over, is it? It's, you know, Austin 316 says his promos are like amazing and his match quality was fantastic. So we had 2 out of 3. And then the third just made sense once he was up and running. But would he have got over quicker if he was huge? I think he would. Certainly in WWE, you know. If he was big, then he might not have had to have waited till and gone through the whole ringmaster stuff. You know, I'm sure Vince would have picked him up a lot earlier, and I'm sure Vince would have backed him earlier. And so rather than Diesel and Psycho Sid and all of that, we could have had Stone Cold years before we had Stone Cold if the look was better. Right. Bronson Reed and Bobby on the outsides. Bobby collides into Bronson. Bronson goes down. We've got the Andre trophy on the outside of the ring. Bobby picking up Bronson. Bobby goes into the ring post. So I think we've got a double count out here. Double count out. Bronson and Bobby brawling away. Obviously, this knees coming in. Crowd are making some noise here. Crowd was so dead for the women's tag match. But crowd are seemingly into this Bronson and Bobby match. What a soft ending, said JM Beer. Good match, though, said Junior. Double count out. Godzilla versus Kong, said Brandon. Yeah, good comparison. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're going for, but is these two Goliaths. Charging over, throwing in some big shots. Big strikes coming in there by Bobby. Right, we're backstage with Cody. I know who has Roman's number since the very start. Moxley could pin for the 3 count, go back in 2016. Let me read that again. I think I know who has Roman's number since the very start, since he came up. That is Moxley. Never forget, he pinned Roman for a 3 count in 2016. Defcon Eric said, wrestling fans want more aggressive, big hoss fight wrestling again. I hate to say it, but it's time to get nostalgic and go big with the big men that are athletic. We need a sports entertainment of giants. I mean, I think for me, there can always be a blend. I think that, the big men definitely are always going to have a place near the top of the card because there is something in being a kid, being even an adult, and like looking at someone that's so much bigger than anyone else you normally see. I mean, Andre the Giant built a career on it. Look at Amos. Amos can't wrestle, but WWE are using him, and watching Amos shook. I mean, the face-to-face between Brock and Amos, as much as people don't want to admit it, it did look cool. Seeing Brock having to look up, seeing Brock getting chucked around the ring by Amos. That was cool. It was cool. I mean, the match wasn't anything that special. Could we have got a bit more gripping had we have done Gunther and Brock? Yeah, maybe. But to be honest, look what we ended up getting. We ended up getting a pretty fun match between Amos and Brock. And I don't know that anyone would really want to be changing that Gunther match. I personally would have just done Gunther Drew. The triple threat's one of the best triple threats I've ever seen, though. Not a big fan of triple threats. That was one of the best I've ever seen. But again, you're putting in Drew, you're putting in Sheamus, you're putting in Gunther, you're putting in these amazing talents. You're putting in these big guys like this hoss fight, and that's what it was, and people loved it. These 3 guys just walloping the life out of each other. It did play very well, and Brock and Moss seemed to go down very well, and people were vocal about that as well. So there is something about the big guys that just seems to grab people. Yeah. Right, let's do halftime scores. Let's go.
Everybody, it's the halftime
Let's go.
Scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Right. Christopher said 3. This is garbage. Dynamite was better. Ross said there's no Vince tonight. 8 said Thanashan. 6.5 said Dead Man Talking. 7.5 said Michael. Triton Cascade said 6. Greg says 8. Zach Riderfan said 5. Michael said 7. Samantha said 6. Amos and Braun are a draw, pal, said Boomers TV. Michael said 6. Uranus said 100 out of 100. Pickle Chip said 7. Trini said 7. Ledge Killer said 6.5. Kappa said Raw is about to become watch YouTube clips for me. If I don't enjoy the Days' streams, then I wouldn't watch Raw anymore. Well, I mean, look, all I would say is that there's travel issues tonight. Last week, we didn't get the show we were meant to because we know that Vince did make changes. I would question how many changes were actually made, though, because I do think that blaming Vince just became a bit of a movement, a bit of a meme. I've made the point I actually don't know. Like, how drastically different the show would have been last week if Vince hadn't have turned up. But that's by the by. He did. And changes were made. And now this week we've got travel issues. So, I don't know, it's tricky, isn't it? I agree. I mean, I think that I think we're having to make the most out of the people we've actually got there. Cody stepping into the ring. 7 out of 8 said AB. I'm giving it a 6 scripts out of 6 Regis, said Retro C. Jalen with a 5. Bray is going to attack Cody, said Heavy Chevy. Right, crowd are booing. Just saw JS17 said, I'm going to miss Brock. Cowboy Brock. He was fun. Cowboy Brock was fun. Okay, so Cody is in the ring. We said it'd be interesting to see how he sells what happened to him last week. But apart from just grabbing his ribs a bit, he looks fine. This could have been last week after WrestleMania. Cody chants. So, Seattle. What do you want to talk about? Talking about, so he's just going through, like, talking about coming back, talking about Seth, talking about finishing the story. Obviously, the focus has to be on Brock right now. At WrestleMania, in the main event, I lost. I lost to our champion, Roman Reigns. Boos for Roman. Pointing the fingers at me, says Cody. I lost. I didn't calculate. I didn't adjust. I mean, it's true. I'm lost and I'm sorry. It is true. He didn't have any plan for dealing with Solo. I mean, did he just hope Solo wouldn't get involved? My friend Matt. Could that be Matt Cardona? Maybe not. So the Matts in the world, isn't there? The only people that are saying wins and losses don't matter are Hall of Famers that have had their moments. I think it was Road Dogg that said that, wasn't it? Wins and losses don't matter. Shots fired. He's going after Road Dogg. Mr. Heyman said, who's for Heyman? 50-50 booking helps win-loss records. Matt Jackson. Oh, could it be Matt Jackson? Yeah, it could be Matt Jackson. Everyone's going to speculate who Matt is now. My first thought was Matt Cardona, but could it be Matt Jackson? Maybe. From the undercard to the EVP. Earn it, I am it. Isn't it the scary clown? Earn it, I am it. Yeah, but you had your chance and you didn't do it. Unfinished Tale has got a whole new wrinkle. Brock Lesnar. Matt from the car wash. At the car wash. Yes. It's just Matt that lives down the roads. He's got a paper round. He delivers paper. He's only 14. Looking for a rematch. You offer up your innocence. You offer up your innocence. What the hell's he on about? Someone tell me why Brock did what he did. So Cody said, I heard at SmackDown that maybe he wasn't happy with his place on the card at WrestleMania. But my theory, what's your theory? Brock is uncertain about me. Is this how Brock greets strangers? The change that I've brought to WWE and how that change would affect him. If you're Brock, and I know he's listening, why would you be uncertain? When Brock looks in the mirror, he sees a predator. A former UFC. He didn't finish the UFC thing. Should be allowed to say UFC. They're going to be under the same umbrella soon, aren't they? We're victims. We're lunch to Brock Lesnar. Do you look at me and think victim? I like this. Okay. This bit's good. I'll be as honest as I can be. Cody, are you scared of Brock Lesnar? Yes. I'd be crazy not to be scared of Brock Lesnar. But I still want to fight Brock Lesnar. That'll be a great match, won't it, in all fairness? Is he going to put his innocence on the line? He's going to fight Brock Lesnar. Innocence on a pole match. Some of this promo I haven't felt, but I do like the bit where he talks about how Brock looks at people and just sees lunch, just sees victims. Looked at Undertaker and his streak, victim. Looked at Randy Couture, victim. Looked at John Cena, victim. Well, do you see victim when you look at me? I like that bit. Brock Lesnar's not here in Seattle, says Cody. So, face to face, eye to eye, one-on-one. Cody, Brock. WrestleMania Backlash. Now, that's interesting. We haven't been calling it WrestleMania Backlash. I haven't seen a single poster that says WrestleMania Backlash. I've just seen it being called Backlash. Yeah, even the poster just says Backlash. And if you go onto the Wikipedia page, it's just referred to as Backlash. So are they now going to call it WrestleMania Backlash? Because it was last year. What? Yeah, look, even I'm just put Backlash in and it's just like predictions for Backlash. Big plans for Backlash. And now he's come out and said WrestleMania Backlash. Not that it matters. Kieran, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Kieran spreading the love. Brock versus Cody at UFC 300. Krista said WrestleMania Backlash was a mistake. I wonder if it was. I wonder if it was a botch. Or if they are changing the name to WrestleMania Backlash. I'd think it was too late now, because like all the posters and everything have said Backlash. It's one of them. It's one of those interesting little quirky things where it really does not matter. Doesn't matter at all. But I'm just interested to know if he did make a little mistake or if they are changing it. Fire Vince. Yeah, Fire Vince. I agree. Justin said, every show Brock always wants to go on ASAP so he can fly right back home and not stick around. Makes no sense. He's angry about it now that he wrestled before Cody. It's a good point. I know he got to be at WrestleMania and get back home by the main event. You'd think he'd love that. Anyone else tired of hearing Cody's philosophical reasons and psychology as to why he keeps getting beaten down? Yeah, do you know what? I mean, his promos in AEW used to divide opinion, and then he came to WWE, and I think the journey of him getting to the title and talking about his dad. I mean, whenever he talks about his dad, I mean, awesome. Do you know what I mean? If ever he's going to talk about his dad, like people are like, yeah, man, that's it, you know, Dusty, and he showed the picture of Dusty and the belt and finished the story and going for the title and all of that kind of stuff. And like his promos were good. What I would say there is that this, I think like that could have had a bit of time cut out of it, that promo. And I think it might have just been a little tighter as a result. There was just a little bit of stuff in there which just felt a bit, not waffly, but like, yeah. That's not a promo that I'm like, oh my God, you need to check out that Cody promo. It's amazing. It was just fine. It's just all right. It's fine. The problem is, though, that Cody's been involved in such big promo segments that, like, a fine promo does feel a little bit like, it's hoping for, like, you know, it's Cody. Do you know what I mean? It's hoping for something just a little more, something that made you go, ooh. Wasn't really anything like that. Wasn't really like a, ooh. But as I said, there was some stuff in there that I thought was quite good. I like how he said everyone's a victim. Do you look at me and see a victim? I think I would have liked for him to have explored that a bit more and just said, I'm not a victim. I've never been a victim, and like maybe just gone into that a little more, because I like that side of the promo. I thought it was good. They've stretched out the story too long. I've lost interest, said Serge. Matthew said, I reckon Brock was meant to come out but had to change last second. Dad Stuff said, did you see that Thea Hale has now gone from a rookie card and an autograph in the new set of Panini? No, but I want one. There's an autograph Thea Hale card out there now. Well, let's Google search this. Thea Hale auto. Thea Hale auto. Comes back with a couple of things that I think are on. They're 8x10s that I think are on eBay. And then there was the top that she wore that they were selling on WWE auction, which looked cool, but I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be a guy that's got like a worn signed shirt from like a 18-year-old girl. Do you know what I mean? If someone comes round and you're like, do you want to see my wrestling collection? This is a t-shirt that an 18-year-old girl wore on NXT. I'd be like, oh my God, I don't want to be that guy. Don't want to be that guy. Sometimes you have to check yourself. And I did. So even though I saw that auction, could have bid on that auction, didn't bid on that auction, but signed Panini cards. It's all right. I'd have that. So I'll have to keep my... I'll have to keep my eyes peeled. Dave's going to buy top. Nah, it's, I could have, but it was last year. End of last year. It was around. I even mentioned it during a stream. Because I'd seen it. If you've never been on, go to WWE Auction. It's a site that doesn't get much promotion, but it's an auction site where they sell off like signed items and bits and bobs. Just looking on there now, you can actually get a Cody Rhodes autographed event-worn jacket from Raw. He wore it on Raw, and it's signed. Right now, the bid is $782. But a signed Cody Rhodes jacket that he wore on the show. Now, that's pretty sick, isn't it? I don't know what he did on the 13th of February on Raw, but that's on there. You can get the waistcoat as well. The waistcoat's only $355, but there is still 23 hours left to go. But listen, if you're a big Cody Rhodes fan, an actual waistcoat that was worn on Raw that's been signed by him, and you know it's legit because it's all through WWE. It's a good site. It's a good site. There's a autographed SmackDown used piece of table from November signed by Liv Morgan. That's at $405 at the moment. So it's good. WWE auction. But don't think there is any Thea Hale cards on there. Shoosh, please. Mitchell, shout out to you, bud, says Cody needs to realistically beat Brock. We all know that Cody can't beat Brock in a fight, but in a pro wrestling manner, it needs to be booked well. It's going to have to be no holds barred. I don't know. I mean, if you're only doing one match, I don't know, to be honest. A one-off match. I don't know who does no holds barred favor. I mean, Brock Lesnar with the ability to chuck chairs around is not a fun thing to think about, is it? Could Cody out wrestle Brock? I mean, he's not going to match him for strength, but is he going to be able to be quicker, take the legs away, get him down to the ground? I don't know. It's weird to think about pro wrestling in that regard. I suppose that's a bit more like of a UFC approach, thinking about strategy and whatever. This is obviously it doesn't really work that way in pro wrestling, but I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be no holds barred or not, to be honest. But I do agree he needs to win. I do agree with that. I think this is, I've said before, I think this is just a feud to move him away from the title so that Roman can continue to do what he needs to do to get to the 1,000 days. So this is just literally getting Cody. This is getting Cody out the way. That's what this feud is. Let's get Cody out the way. February 13th was when Cody cut a promo with Sammy telling him to finish the story. Oh, that's a good segment, isn't it? Justin, thank you. That's a good segment, that is. And now they're selling his jacket on That was a good segment, him and Sammy. $700 is a lot for the jacket, but the waistcoat, $355. And it's been on Raw. I don't know how much his autograph would go for anyway. I mean, I think you can get it for about $50 from the actual show, signed Cody, piece of paper thing. But actually, a jacket he wore on the show, $355 at the moment. I don't know what it will go for in the end, but it's good. There's not loads on there. They do have a Roman Reigns replica Universal Championship. They do have an Alexa Bliss signed Lily for all of you Lily fans out there. Alexa Bliss. They do have a Bloodline signed shirt. I don't know who signed that, but it looks like Roman, Usos, Solo. Don't know if that would have Sammy on or not. Right, we got Otis in the ring. So it is Alpha Academy taking on the Usos. Heels against heels. Oh my God, another one. Cody, the shirt. You can buy the shirt. They've stripped the man. The man's got no clothes. You can get the jacket, the waist jacket, and the shirt. Button-up shirt with, shirt. Not t-shirt. Cody Rhodes wore on Raw, 23 hours left, $245 signed for his shirt. No way. Becky Lynch autograph Survivor Series table piece for $817. And that was at Survivor Series. And poor man's got no clothes left. We're selling all his clothes. They're selling the clothes off his back. Hard times. Hard times. Come on, Usos. I need an Otis shirt, said Zoom Station. When are the undies at the auction, said Melissa. Yes. Yes. You can get Cody boxers. $10. $10. And they need a wash. CBS, shout out to you, bud, said, do you think Cody beef on 3 Hour in AEW affected? Do you think Cody beef on 3H in AEW affect? What does that mean? Triple H, 3H, Triple H. Do you think Cody's beef with Triple H in AEW has affected? Okay, I see what you're saying. So, do I believe that Cody... We've worked it out. We've cracked it. Do I think that Cody throwing shots at Triple H has resulted in him not winning the title and being beaten up by Brock? No, I don't. I genuinely don't. I think that, I think as wrestling fans, it's very easy to see that he didn't win the title and see it as like, well, they're burying him. But he was in the main event of WrestleMania. Like, he came back. They've had him win the Royal Rumble. I mean, if what he had done in AEW had upset Triple H, he ain't winning the Rumble. He ain't going to get put in the main event of WrestleMania, right? None of these things are just not happening. So, and the idea that they would build him up just to, have him lose as a way of getting at him, it's a weird way to get at someone. Do you know what we're going to do? We're going to promote you. We are going to really get behind you. And as we get to WrestleMania, we're going to shout about you and Roman. We're going to put you in big TV segments. We're going to invest loads of TV time. We're going to put you all on the posters. Don't think we won't. You'll be all over the posters. And you're going to be in the main event and you're going to close the show with Roman Reigns. Yeah, well, listen, I'm sorry, but that's what we're doing. You shouldn't have said the things you said on AEW. My hands are tied. It's a wild way, isn't it, to treat him if he is being punished. So for that reason, I would say no. I think I think what's actually happened is I think they want Roman to get to the 1,000 days. So I think we've pulled the trigger on Cody. It was logical that we would do that. But like, it was either do we go with Cody or do we get Roman to the 1,000 days? And I think we're doing the 1,000 days. I think there's still a great chance that we go back to Cody and that we get Cody Roman at SummerSlam. I think there's a great chance of that. And as we said, the beatdown by Brock, that's to make sure that Cody stays away from Roman. Because obviously, logically, Cody would want to face Roman again. He asked for the rematch last week. Roman won, but he won through cheating. He won through solo. So, you know, Cody has got a good case for a rematch. Well, we need to take that off the table. We need to focus on something else. And what we're going to focus on is we're going to focus on Cody and Brock. Here's Brock. Here's Brock to take our attention away from Roman. So I think it all makes sense. I mean, honestly, it might turn out to not be Cody that ends Roman's title reign. By the time we actually get there could be someone else that's red hot that ends up achieving it. But I would have Cody as the front runner at the moment. I think eventually, at some point, he will win the title. I would be stunned if he was to finish his career and he never actually won the championship. So it's a good question. It is a good question. It's one that plenty of people have been wondering about. But no, I don't see him being punished. Hear me out. What I think is happening, the reason why Brock turned on Cody is because he didn't finish the story. And now Brock wants to toughen up Cody in some way. Brock is his trainer, said Zack Ryder fan. It's fun thought. Do you think tonight's show is an upgrade from last week? I think tonight's show is... No. I think I actually thought last week was... I thought last week was a little better than a normal episode, but well below what we were hoping for. I mean, again, you know, we've done it so many times, but you can go through a whole list of things that happened last week that were pretty big talking points and were, like, you know, I felt like it was worth watching. I said, like, the idea that last week's Raw was like one of the worst Raws ever is completely laughable to me. I think anyone that's saying that, just tell me that you've never watched wrestling without telling me you've never watched wrestling. That's kind of how I felt about that. If people genuinely thought last week was one of the worst Raws ever, you're basically just telling me that you are new to pro wrestling and that you haven't watched it. Because there was a lot of talking points last week. There was a lot of things that went down. There was new feuds that started. There was Riddle that returned. We had the Usos not being allowed in to see Roman. You know, one of the big criticisms, as I said, was that there was only half an hour of wrestling, but normally we only tend to get about 40-something minutes anyway. And don't forget, last week we didn't get a main event because we had a 10-minute beatdown where Brock destroyed Cody. Had Vince have not been backstage and that had just been a Triple H show, I don't think that would have been worst Raw ever. I think what it would have been is people saying, "That's, you know, that was not what I was hoping for. I was hoping for something better than that." But because people panicked that Vince was back, everything got blown out of proportion. All of a sudden, it's the worst Raw ever. It's a disaster. This was rubbish. That was rubbish. I've seen so many tweets that are just flat out lies. It's amazing. So many things that people are tweeting saying Vince did this, Vince changed that, Vince did this. I've not seen any reports of Vince changing any of this stuff. I read on Twitter someone saying that Vince had told like Bron Breakker like that he wasn't going to debut last week, and it's like I haven't seen a single report to say that Bron Breakker was there, let alone that he was told he wasn't debuting. So it, as I've said before, that Fire Vince thing took a life on of its own. Everything just became Vince's fault. The show was the worst thing ever. Everything was just blown out of proportion. So I think it's a very interesting conversation about, is this better than last week? Because I feel like we've had less talking points here. But again, this one, we know there's travel issues. Obviously, we've got new women's tag champs. We've had Trish turn. Outside of that, though, so, man, I mean, right now I'm watching heels against heels. I'm watching Alpha Academy against the Usos in a match that doesn't really make a great deal of sense to me. But as I said, is this what we were meant to get? Probably not. Because of these problems that they've had. I think someone mentioned earlier that half the roster isn't there today. Half the roster. Which, if that is true, no wonder this show feels a little weird. Otis goes to the outsides. Days, you'll find the auto card if you search eBay and Thea Hale Prism. Oh, okay, thank you. Otis on his feet. Double super kick there by the Usos. Gable, moonsault to the lands on the Usos. Quick question. Do you make money from YouTube? Have you got a job? Not trying to be rude, said Standback. Just YouTube now. Because shoulder up. Yeah, just YouTube. Going back a few years ago, I used to have a job. I used to work in retail. But this just got to the point where it was either you had to make a choice. There was no way of doing a full-time job and covering and doing as much as what we do on the channel as well. So that's why the support is very much appreciated. Mitchell said, I'm very confused. Usos in the heel corner. The heel commentator has put over the Usos as face. The crowd is chanting for Usos. What's going on? Well, I mean, I just think this is a bit of a confusing match, to be honest. So I think maybe the star power of the Usos is maybe getting them chanted. Usos, double super kick. Against the ropes goes Gable. 1D. 1, 2, 3. And the crowd cheer. They're happy that the Usos have picked up the dub there. Hey, what though? The crowd were into that match. One thing that I will say is that even though that match wasn't grabbing me, the crowds were enjoying the action. I mean, Usos can go, man, and people have got a fondness for Chad Gable. So I think these two teams just put on as good a match as what you could hope for, considering there was no build. And I don't even know if this match was meant to be happening. Lister Jericho said, people just want Jay to be a face. Exercise and Freedom said, has Cody made his statement regarding his future? Yes, and it's that he wants to face Brock. So he's called out Brock and said that he wants to face him. Kevin Owens and Solo Sikoa. So Exercise and Freedom, shout out to you. He wants to face him at WrestleMania Backlash. Is that the name of the show? We have no idea. we don't know. Right, here's EO. We're coming out to EO Skies. So EO has got the opportunity. Are we gonna move really quick with this split, do you think? Because this was meant to be Bailey. Bailey not massively celebrating the fact that EO is in this instead of her. Michin, Piper Niven, EO Sky, #1 contenders match coming up next. Bailey's leaving. Bailey looks peeved. I feel like it's one of the big talking points tonight. I do feel like it's one of the big talking points. I'm interested to see where this is going to go. Bailey should have got it and ignored him. She should have. Bailey's unimpressed. She is. I don't know. I genuinely don't know where this is going. There's maybe a chance Bailey does something tonight. I find Bailey ugly but hot at the same time, said Alex. King JJ said Bailey stops Io from winning. I'm calling it. Bailey's going to walk out of Damage Control, said JM Beer. This definitely feels like one of the big talking points. Definitely. That thing earlier was interesting. I would say, talking about like what we've got from this week's show, I would say that was definitely... it's kind of like last week when the Usos weren't allowed in to see Roman, and it was like, oof. Oof. Now we've got Bailey being told she's in this match, and now, like, you know, Io kicking off. We haven't seen that before. They haven't even teased any problems in Damage Control. So it's come out of nowhere. Top Tier said Io is great, but none of the three in this match are going to beat Bianca. This could be Io's big push to get the title opportunity, says Cobra. Suzanne said, I know I've said it before, your background. How do you do that? Do what? Do what? I mean, I'll let you in on a secret. It's just an image. You keep that to yourself, though. You keep that to yourself. Mason said, Alpha Academy are so over. Not just Gable, but also Otis, says Mason. Okay. Meave said, I think Io will win. The Beach Kevin said, I bet Piper wins this match. Ryan said, I thought you were live from New York. I am, mate. I am. Do you remember what I just said about don't tell anyone? That's come into effect right now. Okay. Days, no Sammy, no Riddle, maybe Randy, said Kyron. Well, they're saying it's travel. So I don't think they're teasing. I don't think this is a swerve. It was actually reported before the show even began by Sean. So I don't think there's anything to read into there. Check your Twitter account. I've sent you a picture of someone that looks exactly like you. Is it Ryan Gosling? Ryan Gosling? Can't see, but people are still responding to my medical facility tweet, which has gone. It's gone trending. It's gone trending right now, so I can't see. I'm just going to presume you sent me a picture of Ryan Gosling. I used to have a big bum, and then it went MIA, said Maggie. Okay, thanks for the update. Is that right? Fan said Daisy's hiding a whole local medical facility under that beanie. Adam said, do you think the first time Kevin and Sammy defend their titles, do you think it'll be with the Usos? That probably would make the most sense for them to do that rematch at WrestleMania Backlash. But have to see, won't we? Have to see. That's the match that would make the most sense. This Friday. Riddle came back. Riddle is back for blood. Man, they're really pushing Riddle, aren't they? Really pushing Riddle. His name is Matt Riddle. Bro. Right. So that was a little advert for SmackDown. Days with the Riz. I know what that is now. Who's in this match? It's Io, Piper, not Bailey, and Meechin. Right, Meechin making her way down. Yeah. Bray Wyatt and Alexa will continue after Backlash. Rizomania, said A1. Can see the Usos losing the rematch at Backlash. You mean WrestleMania Backlash? And Roman and Solo making an example out of them. Ray said Shinsuke not appearing until SmackDown. X Music said such great commentary days. Who's in this match? People. Look, Io's got back out the ring again like a moody child. What's going on? She was in the ring. She was doing all the stuff. And now she's on the outside. Like, it's Piper. Do you know, I've only just realised she's still got the same music. She's still got the same music, but they're about to take the dewdrops away. Sounds awful. They're about to remix it, and they've had to take all the dewdrops out. Yeah, she needs new music. Dewdrop is the better name, said the tribal thief. Piper is thick, says Lee. Right. Io, Meechin, Piper Niven. Main event is Kevin Owens and Solo. We got 36 minutes to go. Are we going to see Bailey get involved? Winner is going to face Bianca. Did they say if it's going to be at Backlash or not? I don't know. I just want to know the verdict of all the matches. The verdict. Well, Alpha Academy against Usos, not guilty. And earlier on, we enjoyed Ray against Finn Balor, guilty. And I can't remember any other matches we've had, to be honest. Oh, Bronson and Bobby resulted in a mistrial. Mistrial. They both got counted out. Not guilty. Not guilty. Erased Mind said Bailey was a leftover from the Pitch Black match. That's why she's upset, because she missed her cue. She was meant to come out during that match. She's been gutted ever since. Did you hear that? Oh, look at that. Just a little applause by Bailey. Did you hear that Jim Johnston has offered to work with AEW? I did, yeah. They should take him up on that offer. Mark said it's not the same without Green Shirt Guy. Main event is going to be a hung jury, said Tony. Tony. Cheeky. Bailey doesn't look interested. Well, it's not been the best Raw. She's probably watched the Raw the same as us. It's been all right. It's been all right. Do you think Bray will pick up where he left off or start a new feuds? He could do either, couldn't he? To be honest, I mean, it feels like Bobby is in a little feud with Bronson at the moment, so I don't know how serious they're taking that, but I think if Bobby, I mean, there's no sign of it at the moment, but if Bobby was to reform the Hurt Business and then Bray and Howdy were to, I don't know, just get Braun. Braun. Like, that could be pretty fun. Do, like, a bit of a Wyatt thing against Hurt Business. Like, I reckon you could get something decent out of that. Or, you know, they could just do Bobby and Bray. Or he could come back and just go in a completely different direction. So we just don't even know when he's coming back, do we? I would think that we would probably move on just because we don't know when he's coming back. So we can't just like spin the wheels of Bobby waiting. So we've got to put him in other feuds. I think at some point we will pick up that story again, but I think when Bray comes back, there's maybe a chance that Bobby's already involved with someone else. So, Bray as Fiend, no Howdy or Alexa, said Erase Your Mind. Matt said, I've sent you the picture again. Let me know if you get it. I got it. Does he look like me? Who is it? Burgerville. I've never seen this guy in my life. That's not Ryan Gosling. That's not Ryan Gosling. Yeah. Anyone with a beard in a beanie hat, I get told I look like now. That's it. I mean, I don't own a jumper like that. I've never been to that restaurant. Let's go, EO. Who's the chick with blue hair? I've never seen her before. That's Michin Mia Yim. Her name's Mia Yim, but for some reason they've given her like a Michin-like nickname, which is Korean for Michin. I don't know what it's Korean for. It's Korean for something, isn't it? Let's Google it. Michin. Meaning. Someone who is crazy. Someone that's crazy or insane. So she is crazy Mia Yim. Insane Mia Yim is who she is. So Michin Mia Yim. Apparently it's also a fish. It says crazy, so you wouldn't say that was Michin. You wouldn't say that. It refers more to a person. She is Michin. It works that way, rather than saying that was Michin. All right, Alt said, hello, mate. I'm from Bristol, so Hot Fuzz Land. Yeah, I've been to Bristol. Lovely place. I mean, I think it's probably more known for Banksy. When I think of Bristol, I think Banksy. I also think like Massive Attack and that sort of movement. Is it trip hop? I want to say Portishead as well, but I'd have to double check that. But Hot Fuzz as well there. Yeah, cool. I like Bristol a lot. I like Bristol a lot. Been a couple of times. It's really cool. Right, we've got EO all fired up. So, all right, all. Shout out to you. Shout out to Bristol. Days is the Walmart version of Freddie Highmore. Absolutely. I don't know who that is. You better be fit. Down goes Piper. EO looking for the cover. And Kit coming in there by Mia Yim, by Michin. Portishead is amazing, said Rare Breeds. Yeah, I like their the album that the Dummy was it that made them famous. And then I did get they came back and did another album, which I want to say was called 3. I enjoyed some of that. I haven't heard that in years, though, actually. Kick, lovely kick there by Mia Yim. Snapdragon. Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. AB said Bjork is amazing. Portishead is awesome. And so is Tricky. Down goes EO. Drop kick there by Mia Yim. Oh my God. Piper just landed hard. Landed hard on EO. And actually, Bayley had a smile on her face then. Piper, oh my God. EO just had to roll straight out of the ring. She's probably counting ribs. And she's just checking to see if, if she's all still there. Man, EO is small. She is small. Piper Niven is not. EO is back though. She's climbing up looking for the moonsault. Moonsault. Going for the cover. 1, 2, 3, and EO gets the win. Bayley has got a smile on her face, but she's got her hands on her head. She's nodding. EO is going to be next. Dakota in, celebrate him. My profile picture looks a little bit like you. Beanie hat beard. Checks out. So that's a big win, that is, for EO. She's going to get a shot at the title. And is it a backlash? Bayley's in there. She holds up EO's hand. She's pleased for her. And we leave there. Alexa on the side of a trailer. Okay, we're backstage with Byron Saxton and Kevin Owens. You're going to ask me if it's a wise decision. Have you ever known me to be a wise person? I'm just looking in the background of this to see if there's any movement, who's around. There's people moving around. My heart tells me I've got to beat the hell out of Solo Sikoa, says Kevin. I'm not 100%, and they know I'm not 100%. Maybe not the wisest decision, but that's okay because I'm Kevin Owens. Just keep fighting. Kevin walks away and... oh, hello. Oh, Solo. Wow, main event time now. Main event time. 25 minutes. Solo coming out. Okay. Solo against Kevin Owens then. I couldn't see anything in the background. I was keeping an eye out to see if anything would happen, but nothing did. He's trashed that towel. Look at that towel over his head. It's ripped to shreds. What the hell does Solo Sikoa do with a towel? Man, when he dries himself, Look at that towel. It's battered. All right, shout out to you, buds. Says, who is your inspiration? Mine is Ricky Gervais. You don't have to answer. I'm only curious. Gervais is the creator of The Office. I know Ricky Gervais. He, I think, I wouldn't say that I have an inspiration or one inspiration. I would say that, I think you just take things naturally as you watch and enjoy things. So I think there's a lot of really great stand-up comedians, and I think there's a lot of really great sitcoms and just a lot of great comedy and stuff that's out there that I've always really, really enjoyed. Gervais, yeah, Office and the American Office, but we spoke the other day about his radio show and the stuff that he did with Cole Pilkington and the Ricky Gervais show and all of that stuff, which is brilliant. Love all of that. I must say, his stand-up can be a bit hit and miss, I think, at times. But I did actually go and see him live when he did the Politics tour. I enjoyed it. It was good. I think he's done a lot. I mean, I haven't seen the Afterlife show that he did, but I definitely enjoyed The Office. Definitely enjoyed his radio thing. Definitely enjoyed the podcast. Someone very kindly sent me a link actually to all of the Ricky Gervais stuff. There's like a link where you can go to, and it's just got loads of Steve. I won't give their full name, but Steve sent me a link. Covchump.com covchump.com /index.php/xfm. It's got all the Ricky Gervais shows stored there that you can listen to for free. Like, I actually had one on the other day. Just listened to it as I was doing some work. So yeah, very cool. But I can't point and say, oh, it's just, one person. I love like what Andy Kaufman was doing. I love Bill Hicks. I love Stuart Lee. I think he's a fantastic stand-up. But then growing up, loved Billy Connolly. There's loads. I mean, honestly, it's just an endless list, really. As you just watch stuff, you just like take little mannerisms and take little things. There is absolutely nothing original about me. Nothing. Everything has been stolen from someone. Yeah, all I'd say is that if you are getting into or being inspired by a comedian, like, just obviously enjoy their work, but try and find people that are similar and branch out and kind of explore some other stuff. So obviously with Ricky, he worked a lot with Stephen Merchant, so you could go and look at Stephen Merchant stuff, and then you can see who inspired them and blah, 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 blah. I was watching Mr. Bean over the weekend. Bean's goated, man. Bean doesn't get the respect he deserves. I mean, when it comes to like universal comedy, I mean, comedy where you just don't even need language. It's all body language. It's all situational stuff. It's just all, anyone, anywhere in the world can watch that and relate to it and understand it. So powerful. That's probably why he was so popular, of course, but I think when you talk about Mr. Bean, I don't know, I could be wrong, but like when you talk about Mr. Bean, I think people are like, yeah, Mr. Bean, but it's like, it's got to be, Mr. Bean's not looked at as being like Charlie Chaplin or anything like this, but damn, man, that body of work is so good. Those shows are so well thought out and put together, so really impressive. Nothing but love for Mr. Bean. Top tier respect. The IT Crowd is a pretty good British show. IT Crowd's great. I love the one where they go to the musical Gay. Have you seen that episode? So funny. So funny. She's trying to work out whether like the guy likes her or not, and he invites her to a play, and it turns out the play's called Gay, and so obviously the signs aren't good that he's into her. And then, like, you've got the two guys who end up getting, like, just into some weird situations, man. It is a really... IT Crowd is brilliant. It's a really good show. But that episode, especially, I cry when I watch it. Right. All right, I said I love Ricky's comedy, but I meant inspiration in a way that he sees life and loves animals, and the way that he explains reasons for not believing gods. Oh, okay. I don't have one. I don't have like a life inspiration. As I said, I think like just take inspiration from different people for different things. So, like, when it comes to comedy and stuff like that, like, there's loads of people that I have enjoyed and took little mannerisms from or whatever. And then, like, yeah, I don't know, just different things. I haven't got one, is the answer. I don't have, like, it's Ricky Gervais. I love how he does this and that or whatever. That's an interesting question, though. If anyone is inspired by like one person, like there's one person that has really inspired them, put it in the chat. That's an interesting question. I don't have one. It's not that I don't want to say. I just don't have one. But I'd be interested to know if there was people that did. KO2 belts is here, said Smurfy. I don't get Russell Brand's comedy. I think he's just a bit dorky, says William. Yeah. There was one show he did that I really enjoyed, which he went onto radio, Russell Brand, and he called up an actor, famous old actor, and basically left a message saying, "I've slept with your granddaughter," which was true, he had. And they did it to be cheeky, but it really upset a lot of people. They were like, that is bad, innit? That is bad. That definitely crosses a line. Like this guy, that's a bit of like a YouTube prank. That's the kind of thing you'd imagine like Jake Paul or Logan Paul doing. Not like someone that's, I think he was working for BBC at the time. And it was like, yeah, that was a misjudgment, man. But one show I really liked was the hatred he got for that was amazing, right? It was overwhelming. And he does a whole show about how he was wrong, but also like the backlash that he faced. And he kind of talks about, the situation. And he talks about like on the news, there's people being murdered and everything. And the top story is what he did and how out of sync it was. And it's quite an interesting look at that situation, but also the reaction to that situation. And I couldn't wait for that show to come out because I wanted to know what he was going to say. I remember it being good and quite interesting. He's obviously very politically minded, Russell Brand, which I don't really, I don't go to him for like politics or anything like that. I'm not really interested in that, but I knew he would have something to say on the subject. And I was very interested to hear his outlook on it. So I really enjoyed that show. I can't remember. I think it was called Scandalous, the show. Russell Brand Scandalous. Eddie Murphy, yeah, amazing. Why AEW have Battle of the Belts after Dynamite? Well, I think to be honest, doing Battle of the Belts on a Saturday night wasn't working for them. It wasn't working, so basically it was a case of, that was just moving it to a Friday night after. I suppose if you've already got people watching Rampage, then they might stick around to watch Battle of the Belts. But I think that might have been a change that was forced by the network because Saturday night. I mean, I don't know what the ratings are like on the Saturday night, but Battle of the Belt was getting rubbish ratings. Solo collides into Kevin. Russell Brand is the UK version of Howard Stern. George Carlin, says Jeffrey. Do you know what? I haven't seen much of him, to be honest. That's an American comedian that I haven't seen much of, but is, I know, revered. Someone that's very, very, very highly respected. So that's definitely something that I need to, someone that I need to watch. Jim Norton Chipperson podcast, says Hal. I've not heard of it. See, this is interesting. I like this. This is good. I know we're meant to be watching Raw, but Raw's a bit weird tonight. Raw's a bit broken tonight. But, Solo Sikoa against Kevin Owens. We are at commercial break. It's what we haven't had tonight is we haven't had Omos against Elias. We haven't had really matches that have gone out there just for the sake of being there. I suppose in a way you could maybe point at Usos Alpha Academy. You could maybe point to that. Obviously, Ray's in a feud at the moment with Judgment Day, so that first match was all right. The tag match was for the titles. Obviously, that last match, that triple threat, that was to crown a new number one contender. This is our main event, and obviously, Kevin Owens has been feuding with the Bloodline. So really, outside of, say, Usos Alpha Academy, there hasn't been like any segments that have kind of really just been chucked together, you know? But I think there has been a lot of recaps. I think there has been a lot of, not filler, but just like, it feels like this doesn't feel like a jam-packed show. Let's put it that way. But again, rumors are half the roster is missing, so bit of drama surrounding tonight's episode. Eddie Murphy said, "Wrestle with Andy." Are you going to Money in the Bank? Said 47X Prince. No, because we'll be streaming it. The Afterwards podcast, says AB Jobson. Benny Hill is legendary, said Hal. To be honest, this Raw has been pretty good after the horrible Raw after Mania show, said Thomas. Retro C said, Richard Pryor was amazing at stand-up. What's life event, to say the least? Richard Pryor was, yeah. Eddie Murphy. I just saw, I've got a Richard Pryor live and smoke. I don't even know what it is, actually. For the first time on DVD, the greatest stand-up comedian that has ever lived. Live and Smoking is probably the greatest example of Richard Pryor's savage pioneer comedy. Filmed in a small New York stand-up club in 1971 before a shocked crowd. This is one of modern comedy's true defining moments. I have not watched this. I can't remember it. Came out apparently in 2005. Was originally released in 81, and it's from a show from 71. That's probably going to get watched soon. Let me tell you, that's probably going to be watched. I can't remember it. So, yeah, that'll have to go on the pile of things to watch. But at the top of that list right now is Solo Sikoa against Kevin Owens. Someone super chatted and you missed it. Oh, we do that all the time, buds. We do that all the time. Days, it was Andrew Sachs from 40 Towers. Russell Brand phoned him up about his granddaughter. James, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the info. Mitchell said, how do you in the UK feel about James Corden? How do we feel about James Corden? Well, I've never liked him. I've never watched Gavin and Stacey, which is the show that he wrote and was known for. It was very popular though, very popular. And so I believe that, like, you know, the people liked him. But then there was a lot of reports that came out that he wasn't a very nice person and whatever. And then seemingly out of nowhere, he got his show in America. So I sort of feel like people really enjoyed Gavin and Stacey. And then these reports were like coming out and he went over to America. And to be honest, I think people were pretty much done with him. I don't think like Shoulder Up by Kevin. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think, like, you know, your mums and all of that probably like him. I think if you used to go up to the average person on the street and say, I think you'd get a mixed reaction. Anyone that's heard about him being a douche, which is what I've heard, don't rate him. I don't think he's funny. I don't think he's entertaining. And he's been accused of stealing jokes and all of this, hasn't he, as well? Like, on his late night show, like, apparently his writers, apparently he was off with people that he worked with. Just a nasty piece of work, man, from what I can tell. And even by his own admission, he has said that he was not a good person. And that fame, like, he struggled with it. And it all went to his head. So, he seems like a douche. But then he went to America, and I don't know. Obviously, it's been quiet over it. It's not a show that we watch, but it's I'm aware of it. I'm aware he's got a late night show over there, and my understanding was America loved him, but I think that's changed now. Frog splash by Kevin. So I would say probably the same as America. I would say there's probably people in America that enjoy his show, find him funny, but then there's a lot of people that have probably heard he's a douche and probably heard that he's, not a nice person. And so those people probably don't like him. So I would say it's probably the same as America now. But I think at the start, America seemed to really like him. We were quite happy for you to have him. You can still have him. Enjoy him. Kick to the midsection. Against the ropes. Or Samoan. Drop there by Solo. Kevin is down as Solo goes to the outsides. Hopefully he's grown up a bit now, said Kaz. Yeah, it could be some of that, couldn't it? It could be that he was young. We all make mistakes when we're young. I mean, I didn't, but... Kevin is down. Solo is in the corner. Solo trying to climb up. We've seen these two before, haven't we? Do you like Jeff Dunham? I've only seen one of his shows. That's the puppet guy in it. Saw one of his shows, 15 years ago or something, like ages ago. I thought it was good for what it was, but I've only seen one show. Probably one of those where if I watch it again, it's probably run its course. So I can't really class myself as a fan, to be honest, but I'm sure he's good at what he does, and I know he's got a fan base. Back elbow by Owens, throwing in shots to the side of the heads. Mitchell said, a lot of reports be treated as servers poorly in the US. Cancelled his show and announced he's going back to the UK. Thanks, America. You had one job, and that was just to keep him busy. Yeah, I've heard that his show's coming to an end. I heard that. I heard that stuff about him being off with the waiters, the servers, as you say. I don't know, I just think he's a douche. I think he's got like a bad attitude. Maybe he's trying to make changes and adjustments. I really don't know. Owens. Swanton connects. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Solo. Shoulder up by Solo. Days, I think this is the first time Seth hasn't been on a show in ages. Not even backstage, says Cobra. Good point. Good point, buds. Sloz said Roman should lose the WWE Championship to Cody at SummerSlam. I don't care about James Corden, said James. You've got the same name, though, James. I heard a rumor that you was originally called Brian. You was called Charlie Chadwick. Charlie Chadwick? But you changed your name so that you could be like your hero, James Corden. That's what I heard. That's what a lot of people are saying. That's what I read on the internet. Ooh, powerbomb. Kevin holding on to his knee. Kick to the midsection, looking for a stunner. Kick by the Usos. 2 KO. Kick there by Solo. Kevin goes down. Solo, Samoan spike. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Ding-a-ding-ding. Ring-a-ding-ding. Ring-a-ding-ding. Solo wins thanks to outside interference from the Usos because, of course, he was outnumbered. Solo wins. Where's Mustafa Ali? Cater him. I heard Daisy's Uncle Howdy said, don't mention next tube. You heard right, mate. Can someone give Kevin Patrick his walk-in papers, said Adam. Do you know what? We do normally see a shake-up during the draft when it comes to the commentators and whatever, so I don't like to see anyone lose their job, but Kevin's being beaten up. Can I just say as well, Wrestle with Andy, greatest movie ever. Greatest movie ever. Widescreen version. Oh, here's Riddle. Here's Riddle and Sammy. Riddle and Sammy are there. Riddle and Sammy are making their way down. Do you know what? Fair play. Fair play that they have managed to get there. Sammy running down with Riddle. Two minutes to go. Well, I mean, it was reported before that it was travel issues. Listen, if there were no travel issues, right? This was a poor show. I'm giving them a lot of leeway for this being be due to travel issues. I mean, there's no Bianca. There's no Seth. Didn't look like we were getting Sammy or Riddle. There's no Miz. Nah, there's got to be travel issues. There's too many people missing. Flipping no one around. Got everyone on holiday. Sammy charging over. Fair play. Do you know what? They could have just gone home, couldn't they? Oh, missed our plane, didn't we? Oh. See you next week. But they didn't. They got there. I mean, granted, too late, but they got there. Lee Evans is my favourite, says James. Amazing. He reminds me so much of Jerry Lewis. So much. With his mannerisms and everything. It's not travel issue. Them being not there is Vince's fault. Yay! Vince's fault. There is a battle brewing on Monday nights. Yeah, six-man tag. Alfie said American Pie is my favorite movie franchise. Well, it's just funny because Wrestle with Andy asked me to acknowledge it as the best movie ever, and then I just sat here and I just saw I had it. I didn't even know I had it. Ray said still better than last week's show with travel issues. Maggie said fire Vince. Who said my name was Charlie? My fist wants a words. Brock Lesnar. It was Brock. Right. Score. What is your score? 7-2-7-5. Can I just tell you, and it might be because I was doing such a rubbish job. I'm quite happy to take the blame on this. But people join us all the way up till the peak, which is just past 2 o'clock. Just past 2 o'clock. So it builds till we get to just past 2 o'clock, and then all we get from then is just quite the decline. So it seems like people are excited. Good chat before the show. First hour, building up to that halfway point. I don't know if that's Cody or not. I'm not sure. But seemingly people weren't sticking around for that second hour. Do you miss American Alpha? I miss them, yeah. I mean, I think it was probably the best way we used Gable, and Jason Jordan was good, so yeah. But I don't spend any time thinking about them. Kevin said, thank God Solo didn't beat KO clean. Vince ruins everything, said Chill Dudes. Wouldn't Seth travel with Becky, especially after the holiday they were together, said Justin. Well, maybe. But then maybe they had a falling out. Who knows? I don't know what's going on in their relationship. I hope it's fine. Rescue said, I agree. I heard he's a douche too. However, maybe he messed up and he's trying to fix it. Tom Cruise seems to rate him. They did a whole Top Gun skit together to promote the Maverick movie last year. That's a fair point. My only counter would be that I heard he was a douche in this country and then seemingly has gone to America and he's been a douche in that country. So, you know, how many countries does he need to go to be a douche in before we just go, he's a douche? I don't know. But saying that, he was young when he was here and he became famous when he was here. And so dealing with that could have been a problem. And then in America, I actually don't know the ins and outs of it. So I don't know. I don't know if the comments are fair or whatever, but seemingly he's gone to America and he's been a douche all over again. Do you know what he is? He's a douchasaurus. That's what he is. If James Corden was a dinosaur, he would be a douchasaurus. A douchasaurus rex. Roman should lose the WWE Championship to Cody at SummerSlam. Then Roman loses from Seth the Universal title at WrestleMania 40, said Sloz. Dagmawi said his name is literally Solo and he keeps winning with help. Good point. It was a good show, in my opinion, said Melissa. Do you miss old Finn Balor? What's that? Is that a Finn Balor that needs a stair lift? I do. An old Finn Balor that struggles to get out of an armchair without making a noise. Old Finn Balor. Oh, I do miss old Finn Balor. Dude said, Becky left Seth for Vince's irresistible stash. It all checks out, doesn't it? It all checks out. Do you think the Bloodline stuff is being spread too thin, said Big Time Baxter? I think you could definitely make that argument. I think the fact that Raw doesn't have much in the way of interesting storylines. I suppose you got the Ray Dominic thing, but in all fairness, Ray's a SmackDown superstar. So that's really over there, isn't it? So Ray's a SmackDown star. I would say Ray Dominic was like the second best story. And then you had Bloodline. That was playing out on SmackDown. So, yeah. And they had Bray, who, if he'd have been around, I'm not saying his story would have been one of the best, but I think Bray's creativity is something that is definitely appreciated. I mean, considering Raw is a 3-hour show, I mean, if we didn't have Judgment Day and Damage Control, I don't know what we would do. So yeah, it's I would say it is being spread a bit thin. Yeah, I think we are being a bit over reliant on it because we just don't have anything as good. But saying that, I am interested to see what we're doing with Bayley. Damage Control, they have actually started a new story tonight that I am interested in. The Bayley Damage Control story. I'm interested in that. Caden tweeted that her and Katana want title shots, and Liv responded, could they be main roster bound? Yeah, they could. I mean, I think they're a great women's tag team. They work really well together. I think that neither of them are, in my mind, going to be competing for the NXT Women's Championship. They've both been down there for a long time. Like, really, we're just spinning our wheels with them. They absolutely could come up. Yeah, it's a good shout. Damage Control needs to control the damage. Damage Control's music sucks, says John. We got the power. We got the pain. We've got the rage inside the cage. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. It's not brilliant. Does Roman return at the draft? Yeah, that's a good chat, actually. Yeah, I think we could definitely be building into a 6-person tag at Backlash after looking at that main event. Zach Ryder fan said, do you think Bayley will turn on Damage Control and then unite with Becky and Lita, leaving Trish to lead Damage Control? I don't think that, no. I don't think Trish is going to be sticking around long term. I think we're doing a little summit, but I would imagine that it'll be built to a match. I mean, that's it. They haven't got the belts anymore. So I think Trish and Becky will have their match, and then I think you'll find Lita and Trish are gone again. So I don't think Trish is going to be like the new leader of Damage Control. Raw fell fast, says Laser. Austin said, not only is Roland getting to 1,000 days. Roland? Who's Roland? Austin? Roland Reigns. Not only is Roland getting to 1,000 days as Universal Champion. I know Roman. Roland getting to 1,000 days Universe Champion, but he's also going to break more records as WWE. No, because Roman is WWE Champion. He's almost got the 7th longest. No, you're confusing him with Roman. Roland. That's all I've got. All he keeps coming in going, I told you to get to 1,000 days. That's all he does these days. So you give me just a crumb, and I'm munching on it. I'm making dinner out of that crumb. Like a little hamster. That's what I am. You've given me a crumb, and I'm munching away on it now. Roland Reigns. Roland is the long-lost Oos. Roland, he's getting called up. Yeah, he's going to get called up soon. Old Roland. He is the tribal detective, isn't he? He's not the tribal chief. He's the tribal detective, old Roland Reigns. Roland is Solo's brother's friend's dog's hamster. King JJ said, I've heard that Seth wants a rematch against Roman, but WWE won't unless they hear it from the fans. Then convince Vince. You think WWE listens to the fans? You think WWE actually listens to the fans and their chants and like takes that on board? I mean, only if they're going to hijack the show and say it repeatedly might they, but no. WWE have got the next couple of months mapped out, apparently, so they know where they're going. Riddle feels so out of place. What is your score? I give it 6.75. Do you know what? I honestly think there is a conversation about what was the better show. I genuinely don't know that this was better than last week. I genuinely don't know. I think... I mean, we got new champions this week, and we did get Trish turning. But last week we had the beatdown, which was pretty epic. And we had Riddle return, that was pretty cool. Usos not being able to get in to see Roman is about the same as the Damage Control drama this week. Maybe this week just pips it. But only because of the title change. There was a bit more wrestling, but I can't say that I was bothered by it. I mean, having more wrestling is fine, but... did you see how flat the crowd were for that title match? The crowd were dead. The crowd weren't bothered. And then one of the matches was Alpha Academy against Usos. Who cares who wins? Who cares? There's no build. There's nothing to it. So, I don't think there's much in it. I'll say that tonight edges it, but in my opinion, it's really close. Mula said last week was a disaster. Why? Why was it a disaster? Big Time said, I'm not sure, but it feels like Bianca and Theory as champions are a little stale. No world title is hurting Raw. I like Theory, but I'm not a fan. We're leaning on the US to main event. Yeah, we need a world champion. We need a compelling title picture. I mean, there was no women's champ tonight. There was no mid-card champ tonight. There was obviously no Roman tonight. There is a big vacuum. There is a big gap. As to I mean, even the women's turn, the whole what we're doing with Becky and Trish, that was kind of in the middle of the cards. Even that wasn't elevated. So even with all of that around, the women's tag titles were still just in the show. It was still we got new champions tonight, and I don't know if people are going to be that bothered about the women's tag belts changing hands, to be honest. I think people will be pleased for Liv and Raquel, and I think people will be excited for Becky and Trish, but there's no way that's filling the void that's left by not having a world champion or not having a real good compelling mid-card. It's funny, isn't it? Because, if you haven't got a champion around, you'd think your mid-card US title would be lifting weight a bit more than it does. Doesn't, does it? Doesn't the build we had for WrestleMania was Theory and John Cena, and we didn't really get any segments between them. So the US title's not really lifting any weight, to be honest. It's not really doing much. Could you imagine if we had Gunther on Raw and the Intercontinental was getting a bit more shine? That could be interesting. But I agree, we probably do just need to get a world champion over. Do you think Roman will fight a Backlash? I don't think so. Jim said, I'm not excited for Becky Trish feuds. That's fair. Women's tag teams have no chemistry. They're just people put together to form teams. That's fair. Once the draft is over, could Mandy return from depths? Could Mandy return? I don't think so. The reason, because she was doing the OnlyFans stuff, and WWE has got sponsors, advertisers. It just doesn't play well, does it? Her pursuing that and doing that doesn't really fit in with WWE, the image that they're trying to portray. So I don't think so. It'd be a shock, though, if they did it and Mandy was on the main roster. It would be a way to shock people. Mula said we need Gunther Roman. And WWE should bring back GM, said Slons. Can we get female wrestlers into the Usos? They need a Rhea type. Can we get female wrestlers into the Usos? What do you mean? There was one, Tamina. That's how Tamina came onto the main roster. She came in at the same time as the Usos, and they were all together. I'm not saying that we should go back to that, but that is how she came in. There was a rumor that Randy could be a GM, said Chill Dudes. Mula said, I miss old wrestling. The new wrestling is too soft. Sloz said Naomi should join Bloodline. Rollins. Mandy does not have an OnlyFans. She's got a fan time. It's same innit? Isn't, I don't know. I haven't even heard of fan time. But from my understanding, she was putting videos where you can see her boobs and all that kind of stuff. So same thing. If it results in the boys on show, if it results in the boys being let free, it's probably not in line with the kind of image that WWE are looking to promote. Let's be honest. Vince locked the purse strings. David said, I'm at 7 out of 10. Roxanne needs to stay in NXT for a while. I agree. Days, I like the draft picks on the shorts, but can you explain the B-Fab Dawkins? Yes. Happily. Because I would say of anything that got the most feedback, it was that. And do you know what? I think that's I think there was a real misconception with it. And this is the problem where when you do a short, you can't explain anything. So like it's just a 60-second thing. And so you can't like go into any detail, can you? Because I wanted to keep it a short because I was like, oh, I want to put it on Twitter, I want to put it on TikTok. I want to do more shorts actually. Because I just think they're good for like putting in other places. Like you can put them on Instagram, you can put them on TikTok, as well as YouTube. So it just means they get seen by more people. If you create videos, you want it to be seen by as many people as possible. So I think there could be more shorts coming. So anyway, yeah. One of the easiest things in the world would be to say, let's split up the Street Profits and we'll have Dawkins turn on Montez, right? That'd be the easiest thing in the world, right? Because that's just no thought into that whatsoever. Dawkins turns on Montez, they feud, Montez goes off and becomes a single star, right? There's zero thought in that. So one thing that I think people don't do is really plan out, right, well, what do we do with Dawkins after that? If you did that, what would you do with Dawkins? Think about Tucker, right? When Heavy Machinery broke up, what was the plan for Tucker? What were we going to do with Tucker? So they split up Heavy Machinery. Tucker was done, wasn't he? He was gone. They didn't have a plan for him. And so he ended up going. And, we've seen it time and time again. What was the plan for Chad Gable? They wanted to do something with Jason Jordan. Well, Chad Gable ended up going into a tag team with Bobby Roode, which you can see clearly had zero thought in it. He then ends up getting the Shorty G gimmick, which was horrific. That had no thought in it. He just bounced around. I mean, thankfully, he's managed to now find himself in this team with Otis, which I think has been pretty good. But I think if you're splitting the Street Profits, then what are we doing with Dawkins, right? Montez will look after himself because you can put him in feuds. He's a great guy, athletic, he's over. People are excited about him. He's been in Elimination Chamber. They've already done a few matches with him to have a little look. It feels like they're having a look. So I think there's a chance that they do split the Street Profits. But what do you do with Dawkins? So when I did the short, I didn't want to just do a short where I'm like, let's split the Street Profits and basically not tell you what I would do with Dawkins. So what I would do is I would actually keep him face and I would separate them and I wouldn't have one turn on the other because I think they're brothers and you can go that way, but I think it's better if you split them and put them onto different shows. And then I was like, what I want to do is I want to slowly turn Dawkins. I do want to do Dawkins Montez, right? It makes sense. But I don't want him to turn in it and it just be instant because I actually want to build to it. So I was thinking, how do I do that? How do I slowly turn Dawkins? And then I was like, man, what if you put him with B-Fab and B-Fab shows an interest in him. So he's just going about his business. He just wants to be a face. He just wants to do what he's doing on SmackDown, right? And he's a face and he's trying and he's working. And, he's picking up wins, a couple of losses, whatever as well. But he's trying, he's working. He wants to prove that he can do it on his own, right? And B-Fab starts showing an interest in him and starts hanging around, starts trying to kind of win him over. He wins a match, is around afterwards, really likes what you was doing. And we actually see them slowly starting to get together. And I really like the idea of her filling his head with you do realize that Montez wanted you gone. You do realize that Montez wanted you out of that tag team. You do realize that, you was seen as holding him back kind of a thing. I love the idea of her over a period of weeks and months winning him over and filling his head with lies, filling his head with like, untruths to turn him heel. And I just think that could be such an interesting story. And it gives us something to work with for a few months. So, he's a face, we watch him turn heel. What's exciting as well is you are waiting for him to confront Montez. So they're on different shows. They're going to meet at big shows. He can be carrying on with getting himself over. You've got a story going on with him and B-Fab as well. What's B-Fab doing? She's just spinning her wheels. She ain't doing anything that exciting. Dawkins could help out Hit Row as well. So, if Hit Row need an extra member, Dawkins, listen, B-Fab, I know someone. Leave it to me. Maybe Top Dollar's injured. We need a replacement. What's Ashanti going to do? Don't worry, I've got this. In comes Dawkins. And I was looking at it, I was like, man, I feel like there's stuff you can do there, right? Now, whether it works or not, I don't know. I ain't going to sit here and go, oh my God, it's the greatest idea ever. But what I am going to say is, if I was in a meeting and someone was like, what would you do with Dawkins? That's the idea I would be pitching. Let's do a slow turn. Let's watch every week as B-Fab fills his head with lies. Let's use him with Hit Row a few times, but let's try and keep him on his own as well. But let's get that kind of excitement of, man, when he meets Montez, it is going to be so good when he finally gets face to face with Montez. And we've watched him go from that journey of being a face to this like heel, monster heel that she's worked up, built up, he can be like ready to rip his head off. And I don't know quite time-wise how it would pan out, but I do like the idea of Bianca Montez versus B-Fab Dawkins. Again, like we haven't seen much of her in ring. He would be fine. He would be great. We don't know much about her. So again, you'd have to be working with her quite extensively in the background, kind of build into something along those lines. But I just thought like you could have him go off and form a new tag team. But it would just feel like they were being thrown together. It wouldn't feel like there was a story there. It would just feel a little bit like, oh, we don't know what to do with him. Let's chuck him with this person. And I think Montez you don't need to worry about, but Dawkins is someone that you've got to get a bit creative with. And I love the idea that Montez just can't beat him. I love the idea that Montez can pick up wins against Balor, Corbin, Miz. He's picking up good wins. And whenever he faces Dawkins at whatever point, he just cannot get the win, man. Dawkins just knows him too well. And he's just always like, got him scouted, basically. He might not be the better wrestler, Dawkins, but he just knows Montez. And Montez just... And I do think you could get somewhere then. So that was the one that I had feedback probably the most on. But in all fairness, in that short, it was probably the most out there sort of like, this is what I would do. And because it was only a minute long, you just can't go into that kind of detail. And as I said, you could try it and it might not work. But what do you lose? Honestly, what do you lose? What would be the problem in at least giving that a go? I genuinely don't see what the issue would be, what the problem would be. I think some people took it as being it was going to be all lovey-dovey and it was going to be like something awful. It was going to be like just something cringe. But like, I would think that you just haven't watched the channel then if you think that. If you genuinely think that we wouldn't be able to tell a compelling story by taking Dawkins and doing something interesting with B-Fab, well then I just don't think you watch the streams. Because I feel like we can do this. Like, I'm not saying that we could like totally do it and totally book WWE, but I think we've watched enough wrestling to be able to know some stories and some angles that I think would work and some things that I think would have a bit of intrigue. Look at how popular Mandy and Otis story was. That was crazy. People were loving that back at WrestleMania 36, the whole Mandy Rose Otis situation. Obviously, there was a bit of a dynamic there of her being stunning and him being maybe not quite in her league, but having an interest in her, and she was showing an interest and people wanted to see them get together and whatever. So, there was a relationship angle there that worked really well. I had people in the comments like relationship angles, like they never work. It's like, what are you on about? What are you on about? Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth, like one of the most loved couples in the history of WWE. Do you remember Macho Man and Sensational Sherry? It's one of the best WrestleMania moments from WrestleMania 7 after the retirement match. But there's no point going into this detail, is there? What's the point in trying to have that conversation with some idiot who tries to like say that relationship angles don't work or whatever? Well, I mean, like you just sometimes you're like, I don't need this conversation because I'm just talking to someone that just doesn't know. They just don't know. They just don't know. They just go on. And just put anything in the chat. Do you know what I mean? They just don't know. I mean, Macho Man in a retirement match with the Ultimate Warrior had been hanging around since Queen Sherry. He distanced himself from Miss Elizabeth, and he has this match with Ultimate Warrior. Afterwards, because he loses and he has to retire, Queen Sherry attacks him. She attacks him. I mean, you've seen WrestleMania 7. She attacks him, and then in the crowd, over the barricade comes Miss Elizabeth, comes down, grabs Sherry by the hair, chucks her out the ring. I mean, it is just a goated moment. It was amazing. It was an amazing moment. And, you know, we kept getting little things like that throughout that relationship. And then them two got back together. It led to the wedding. Do you remember at the wedding, we had Undertaker, Jake the Snake. They end up attacking Macho Man. Macho Man then gets reinstated. I think that then, if I remember right, leads to the snake bite when the snake bit Macho Man. But all of this is based on him and Miss Elizabeth. I mean, his relationship with Miss Elizabeth is sort of critical to the story that was being told. So, like, the idea that, like, relationships are just going to be, like, really cringe way of telling a story is just rubbish. It's just rubbish. I do agree that you could tell a bad relationship story. We've seen plenty of those. But I just think, like, if you're not going to explore the idea and just, like, shoot it down, just what's the point? What's the point in getting into the conversation with some people? So, yeah, there was some feedback on it. There was good feedback on it as well. Not just negative, but there was a few negative comments. But as I said, that was just from people that I really like. I think, was it Big Time Baxter that asked the question? Because I really like that. I really like, can you just explain this to me? Because I like that approach. And, but some people were like, 5 seconds of a 1 minute short. No, that was it. And I was like, do you know what? Tell me you're a douche without telling me you're a douche. In my mind, it was James Corden. It was James Corden. In my mind, that's who sent these comments. James Corden. Do you think Gable and Otis could split up in a draft? Could they split up in a draft? Yeah. Anyone can split up. Tag teams can split up. Factions can split up. Anything. We've seen the New Day split up in a draft. I do think there's a chance the Street Profits could split. I think they've been looking at Montez. And I know as much as people are saying, like, oh, now's not the right time, and maybe it's not, but Montez was in Elimination Chamber on his own, got big reactions. And also, I think him and Bianca is money. And what isn't there talk of them doing a show, or maybe they've recorded a show or something? Montez and Bianca. So I don't know. I think time's ticking up for the Street Profits personally. And Chad and Otis, yeah, they could split. We know that Maximum Male Models are definitely interested in Otis. So don't know. It's hard to know kind of what they're going to do. I mean, there's so much they can do, but as I said, I did that little short that had 4 suggestions for Raw and 4 suggestions for SmackDown, and had some NXT call-ups and in there as well. So it's good. I liked it. Ledge Killer, shout out to you, buds. Austin said, me and you need to do an Edge and Lita moment one day. What, break up and then get together with other people? Sure, definitely. Definitely. I mean, Edge is with Beth now. He's done all right for himself, in all fairness. So, yeah, I'm down for that. It's all Corden's fault. Hashtag fire Corden. Yes. John said, definitely the right time for the Street Profits to split, especially with the draft coming up. Boomer said, this stream is going to end in a minute. It is. We've gone well over. Well over. I'm giving all this extra. Forget everything you've heard. Vince is back and everything changes, says Chill Dude. James said APA was split during the drafts. Good knowledge. Did you like AJ and Dolph? Yeah, I did, yeah. I thought that they were pretty fun together. I mean, I like AJ. I thought she did quite a lot of interesting stuff in her run, and her being with Dolph was something I enjoyed, with Big E in with them as well. And yeah, I liked it. I liked her as a GM. I liked her with Cena, and they did lots of stuff with AJ. And I think AJ was just so, I don't know. I mean, she just threw herself into everything, and she just always seemed to do well whatever she was given. So I think there's a lot of love for AJ, isn't there? Mitchell said, very cute. Austin has hashtag one day Roman as his title. None of us acknowledge Roman. Let's be real. We're happy Roman gets his 1 day. 1,000 days. Hashtag 1,000 days, Roman. Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. He was right, wasn't he? He was right. He called it. We've given him props. We've given him credit. He got it right. And that's it. That's all the praise I'm willing to give him. Right, we have got a poll which needs to end. Will the draft split up the bloodline? Well, it could. I mean, it could, but I would think you would probably keep them together. Only because I think if they're going to split, it probably shouldn't be a draft that does it. It probably would be better if, like, you know, they attack each other and whatever, so. Right, 72775, 33%. 32% says 8 to 10. 19% said 6 to 675, and 14% said 575 or below. I personally would be in the 6s for this one. Just felt this was a show that was lacking for me. I think I was on a 6 for last week's Raw. So I think this one would be like a 625. For me, this is close. I really don't think there's a big gap between this and last week's show, personally. But I do think there's a couple of moments. I like the Bailey thing. I like some of Cody's promo. Not all of it. I thought it was all right. Didn't change my world. New champs. Trish turning. So, you know, there was definitely some stuff here, but across 3 hours, I would have liked a bit more, to be honest. And it did feel like there was a lot of star power missing. If you think last week we had Roman, we had Cody, we had Brock, we had Miz, we had like Bianca, we had Rhea, like the star power was out last week. This week definitely felt like it was lacking in comparison. But those rumors of travel disruption, if they're true, it explains why. And we move on. We move on to NXT tomorrow, which hopefully is going to be a good show. So NXT tomorrow, and then AEW on Wednesday. I don't know what AEW are doing, but they've got a big show, a few big shows to build towards, haven't they? So hopefully they've got some good stuff planned. And then I'm sure SmackDown will be fun as we continue to build towards Backlash. Right, boom, done. Mitchell said, Austin, you are a super villain. And I agree. And I think that's a great way to end the stream. So thanks a lot for watching, guys. Appreciate the support. John said it seemed to have a few more commercials, a bit more filler, a bit more time killers than usual. Yeah, I mean, I was entertained in the sense of I wasn't bored. I wasn't sat here going, "Oh my god, we're only an hour in." Like, it was fine. It was fine. I've definitely seen better though, but I still really appreciate the talking points that we did get. So, no complaints from me. So, thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. Have a great evening wherever you are, and hopefully see you again next time. Unless you're James Corden, and then I never want to see you again, you douche. You absolute douche.